Добрий день.
Доброго дня.
Доброго дня вам.
Доброго дня.
Доброго дня вам. Радий вас бачити.
Доброго дня.
Доброго дня.
Доброго дня всім.
Доброго дня.
Доброго дня всім.
Десь ми маємо в якійсь з кімнат одночасно підключено два девайси з мікрофонами, тому таке ехо. Подивіться, будь ласка, у кого включено одночасно два девайси в одній кімнаті. Good morning. We are very glad to see our colleagues from Germany.
Thank you very much. Danke schön. Thank you very much. Danke schön. Thank you very much. Danke.
Отже, ми чекаємо на завершення повітряної тривоги.
So we are waiting for the end of alert.
Після десь 15-20 хвилин після офіційного оголошення відбою.
Approximately 15 to 20 minutes after the end of air raid alert will be announced, we shall come back to our work on the conference.
Алло? Да. Алло? Да. У меня выключен в моей комнате звук, второй компьютер. Да. Сейчас он у кого-то из девочек включен. Сейчас, спасибо большое, сейчас я посмотрю там. Наберіться, будь ласка, терпіння. Наберіться, будь ласка, терпіння. Наберіться, будь ласка, терпіння. Наберіться, будь ласка. Доброго дня ще раз, шановні. Доброго дня ще раз, шановні. Доброго дня ще раз, шановні. Є поки не ідентифікована проблема з ехом. Яка, сподіваюсь, вже знайшла вирішення. Так, нормально все працює. Алло? Отже, я дуже радий бачити, що нас стає все більше з кожною хвилиною, але відповідно до безпекових вимог ми не маємо права з вами ризикувати людьми і починати конференцію, збирати всю аудиторію на місця.
We are not authorized to put under risk life of the people to invite them to the conference because the official announcement of the end of air raid alert. So please wait in 15-20 minutes after the end of air alert. We shall continue our work. After that, we shall act according to the circumstances. Now we are waiting for the official announcement of our anti-air defense.
Доброго ранку, Сергію Юрійовичу.
Олексій Андрійович, чуть мене, ні?
От зараз чутно, дякую.
Зараз чуть.
Так,
Доброго ранку.
Доброго ранку, Володимир Борисовичу. Ну, ми за правилами безпеки не можемо розпочати роботу, на жаль, поки не буде оголошення офіційного. Да. Ми вже все дуже хотіли, але ну, почекаємо, так. Чекаємо.
Віктор Сергійович тут цікавиться.
А ми, у нього проблеми зі зв'язком, то я б з дозволу присутніх попросив надати йому друге слово після Сергія Юрійовича одразу. Як на це дивитись?
Зараз.
Я не заперечую, щоб і перше слово переді мною, якщо дійсно.
А якщо там дійсно у нього, там насправді в цьому регіоні з електрикою, да, може ми дійсно йому першому не дамо слово.
Так, я думаю, що.
На генераторі теж.
Так. Бо ми ж можемо, якщо у нас не буде взагалі світла, там от ця так звана студія, кожен може виступити. Да. Добре, дякую дуже вам. Ну, сподіваємось на нашу ППО, що все ж таки, да. Є, до речі, хороша новина, Алла Михайлівна знов з нами, вже отримав дуже цікаві пропозиції щодо проєкту рішення конференції. Сподіваюсь, сьогодні будемо знаходитися обговорювати.
Сейчас. Работает.
Ще раз доброго дня, шановні учасники конференції. Сподіваємось, згодом настане ще більше тих, хто доброго дня, Олександр Васильович, ті, хто має
So those of you who have a connection, in about 7 to 10 minutes, Viktor Mikhailovich Gorytski will make an announcement and will continue the work of the conference. Please wait for the announcement.
Доброго дня всім учасникам нашої конференції. Мене чутно?
Good day, all the participants of our conference. Do you hear me? Good day, we hear you. Technical service, simultaneous translation, please report online because
Доброго дня всім. Переклад має працювати.
hello everyone, translation is to function. I would like to hear from translators, is everything's functioning? I hear language, English translation, it's okay. Okay, thank you. Dear colleagues, now it's 12:30. Just air alert is finished from 2 o'clock. 2 days of our scientific practical conference, perspectives of road infrastructure in martial law time. 2 days we are under pressure of air alert. If the previous and first day was ended pretty fast, today we have a powerful many-hour attack, many-hour hazard. According to information we are receiving, their hits, their outages of power in Kyiv, metro, water, and in other cities of Ukraine. So situation is pretty tense. And though we have 40 people together as a virtual audience, but this is much less than we have expected. And it is saying that many stay at home and the institute is connected to the backup power source, diesel generator. I don't think all the conference participants have this possibility at their homes or at the place of stay. So we foresee that completely the conference program from the standpoint of populating it with all presentation is not what we are going to accomplish. Together with that, we agreed and made a decision to reach to, so to say, second degree of virtuality when we are going to virtually and scattered around not only in space but only in time. So we're going to do it this way. I will give the floor to Oleksiy Andrievich to take the lead. According to our conference agenda, the presenters present here, now 41, we had 37, those present, they present in accordance to a planned agenda. If someone is going to be absent, desirably, I would like to ask you and to recommend to present in record, in Zoom, and send it to us. We will work on that presentation duly and will be able to post it on YouTube in order to make this a showcase, and we're going to have the second level of virtuality in our conference performance. I think that this is going to be the only way out that will allow us to completely fulfill our conference from the standpoint of its content. I would also like to add that in my presentation the first day, contemporary vehicles, up-to-date vehicles, hostages. On the one hand, the paradigm is that we need software very badly to automate, to connect vehicles. However, on the other hand, all of that turns into all possible malfunctions with the vehicle breakups, all the possible problems with development, all the possible malfunctions in the cybersecurity area coming from that. So we see also that our conference is very much dependent from information communication technologies, and for the future probably we will make a decision for the next conference. If we still don't have victory, we are going to make it the same way, that we are going to have a record to record in advance, then to send it over, and then in the audience we are going to connect if there is no presenter and the presentation recorded, up to the presenter to present in the record or online, however, to participate in discussion at discussion panel, and so on. Well, now I see that we have a 42, 41 participant, Oleksiy Andreevich. Do you have information on who is present from the presenters? Yes, Viktor Mikhailovich, I suggest soon the light is to be disconnected from Viktor Sergeyevich Ustymenko. We have preliminarily approved with the presenter to make him the first to present, for him to have enough time, and then we continue. Please, I'm asking everyone who have this problem that the power is disconnected and the communications disappear. You have such trouble, please make the organization committee aware of that. Yeah, please, Alexander Andreevich, let us move on then. Yeah. So we suggest the presentation of Viktor Ustymenko, Deputy Head of the Department of the Fulfillment of International Agreements, Candidate of Economic Sciences, SE State Trans and Deeper. Good day, dear friends and colleagues. To call this day good is a difficult thing to say. To your attention, our presentation, which relates to market of motor fuel based on bioethanol or containing bioethanol and its legislative regulation. Ukraine has reached raw material prerequisites to produce bioethanol, 1.4 million tons by estimation of 2009. Last prior to war years, Ukraine consumed about 2 million tons of benzene and 2 million tons of liquefied gas. If 15 years ago we would move by the way of Brazil, as our institute and ministry suggested to the governmental management and the committee of Verkhovna Rada, we today would be able to provide with this biofuel 35% consumption of vehicles with the benzene spark ignition engines. Our institute, by governmental order, got involved back in 1998 to comprehensive test of a first test batch with content of high octane oxygen containing additive containing 97-98%. Over 20 years we deal with this topical area together with National Transport University. We have a number of tests, bench tests, road tests, motor tests, previous presentation. We had the joint report of Yuriy Gutarevych together with us, also Associate Professor Zuman. This year, beside our presentation of Zuman, and our institute engineer is devoted to neighbors. During those 2 years, two large-scale programs have been performed under the auspices of Kyiv City administration. You see, it's not the exhaustive list of regulatory documents created by result of those studies, technical conditions, industry standards, national standards, results of studies take into account in regulations for motor fuels. The main objective to create a market, we think in the first place to satisfy the needs of consumers as much as possible in quality biofuel, taking into account mechanical arrangements of vehicles. Also, Ukraine candidacy as EU members in terms of using biofuel more and more. Mixed benzene, maybe of two types, E5, E10, based on bioethanol, up to 5 and up to 10%. All the vehicles may consume benzene E5. Benzene E10 may have to be confirmed by car manufacturers. All more or less contemporary vehicles may consume this type of fuel without any negative consequences. However, Association of European Vehicle Manufacturers almost every year lists the vehicles fit for E10. You see reference to the updated one in 2021. The directives in this area 2009-30 provided that every country is to have the stock of traditional benzene E5 if it switches for E10. It needs to be noted then practically all vehicles from American market produced after 2001 may work with the bioethanol content 15%. So for them, E10 use may not be any issue whatsoever. We need to draw special attention to use alternative fuels known in the world E85 with bioethanol content up to 83% and alternative fuels of Ukrainian make with bioethanol content over 30%. Completely fit for such fuels with the guaranteed no negative effects are so-called flexible fuel vehicles. Those are vehicles with the fuel systems that automatically, despite the contact of bioethanol in a fuel tank, get adapted to fuel supplies. Those are the design nuances of the vehicles. Our institute and ministries, as I have mentioned 15 years ago, suggested to the government leaders and committees of the Verkhovna Rada to stimulate manufacturing within Ukraine. Back then, of flexible fuel vehicles, also importation of those. However, big business interests were different, and unfortunately, we couldn't form this type of market. The large-scale tests, motor tests of all kinds of Ukrainian biofuels were performed that were available back then using adapter to use alcohol fuels, allowing to adjust a fuel supply based on bioethanol content. Here are the results in terms of power and RPMs. Gasoline 95 as a comparator. All the biofuels are not adapted makes a substantial worsening of rotations per minute. Power at adapted instead, even exceeding better than gasoline, benzene. In all the biofuels, in terms of emissions of harmful substances in adapted, everything is more or less okay, even in standalone components exceeding expectations, and non-adapted more nitrogen oxides exhausts of very harmful components. The results of these tests, it needs to be noted that some, and maybe not some, dishonest market operators who are selling biofuels in Ukraine or silencing the nuances for practical use, causing car owners to expose themselves to risks, seeing no possible negative consequences, but that's the way it is. In terms of legislative regulation, before this time, though, we already had countless draft laws, and even some laws were adopted sometimes even during Yanukovych times. Before this time, non-regulated at all, ethanol to be used mandatory in the vehicles in Ukraine. Also, expansion of bioethanol scope is not taking place. We have very simple suggestions here to refuse on legislative level from producing, importing, and using E0, meaning without bioethanol, and to allow only E5 and E10, E5 with content of, for instance, not less than 4 volume percent to stimulate bioethanol development. We need to stimulate E2, E10 fuel, which is for many vehicles on the market acceptable already. So we suggest now for benzene excise tests for 1000 liter to amount 80 or even 70 for E5 to increase to 120 or 130. It will enable making the price difference between those fuels around 3-4 hryvnia, thus stimulating more extensive use of bioethanol. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, please send to my email. You may use Skype, Telegram, Viber. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Viktor Sergeyevich, for very substantial presentation. If you allow me, I would like to ask participants to write questions to web chat of a Zoom channel, to YouTube chat for us to keep with time. Regulation, you see, we started much later than we planned to start, so that we may cope by the end of the day with our agenda. We will provide everyone the possibility to present at the discussion panel. Andrievich, in terms of me, do not write. I'm being disconnected and I'm not going to be at discussion panel, only to personal messages. Please, if you have the questions. Thank you, Viktor Sergeyevich. Only one presentation of yours. I see that there is another by our plan, another one from us. Serhiy Tymoshenko is going to present according to our agenda. Thank you. If no possibility, or it will be no possibility to report or comment, please write to the email of the conference. You may do it now after conference. Also, a special Telegram channel is going to be created so that we may continue our activities, not online, but using contemporary technologies so that everyone is capable of asking questions, comment something, and discuss some important matters. Dear participants, if you allow, I'd like to give the floor to Serhiy Yuryevich Gutarevych. This presentation was the initial, according to our preliminary plan, evaluating conformity of the component parts of built vehicles, international experience. The presenter team, authors of presentation, Gutarevych Serhiy, senior scientific researcher, evaluating conformity of the component parts of built vehicles, a candidate of technical science, associate professor, acting member of Transport Academy of Ukraine, Shkorotyana Yuriy Vasilyevich, head of the Department of Compliance of the Vehicle Parts and Devices of built vehicles, Ponomareva Yulia, the lead engineer of Department of Compliance of Parts of the Built Vehicles, and Nizhegorska Zhanna, lead engineer of the Compliance of the Parts and Equipment of Built Vehicles of State Enterprise Trans. And please, Serhiy Yuryevich, presentation is yours.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I want to say that this presentation has been prepared upon the results of a study conducted by the Department for Conformity Assessment of the Components and Devices of the Conformity Assessment Center for wheeled vehicles. To provide for road traffic, it is a very important task of both international and domestic nature. Every year, about over 1.3 million people lose their lives in traffic accidents. The injuries on the road are main reason of death of children and youth of the relevant age. 93% of the world's road deaths occur in low and middle income countries. Though these countries account for approximately 60% of the world's vehicles. Traffic accidents cost most countries 3% of the gross domestic product. One of the reasons for a high accident rate in road transport is the unsatisfactory technical condition of wheeled vehicles. They are in conformity and in correspondence to technical conditions due to the use in their production, maintenance, and repair of component parts, the technical characteristics of which don't ensure the safe operation of vehicles and the established requirements. According to data of national US Road Traffic Safety Administration, the defective parts have been the reason of 2% of the accidents studied. This slide shows most significant cases of recall of vehicles due to the danger, to the threat they have been posing. From those 5 cases, 3 connected with incorrespondence, inconformity of the component parts used when manufacturing the vehicles. The defects of ignition, switches on General Motors vehicles which were disconnecting the brakes operation and safety cautions and other devices. 303 people died due to that, and 2.6 million of cars have been recalled. Also, damage of the protector and brake of tires of Firestone. Those tires have been installed on Ford trucks during the production. As a result of these bad quality tires, 272 people died and 700 were injured. Firestone company bankrupted due to these defects. Ford had serious problems. They had been at the verge of bankruptcy as well. And the spontaneous acceleration of Toyota cars due to that the lower floor details were obstacle in the work of accelerator detail, and then it was established that the detail itself was defected. And due to this, about 5.2 million cars have been recalled and 89 people died. So it is a significant reason. So the topic of not allowing to release to market of such relevant defective parts is a topical problem. Modern wheeled vehicle has about from 15 to 25,000 components. The global market of car parts in 2022 will make over 2.5 trillion US dollars. The time already passed when the manufacturers of cars produced components as well. The only they produce are some category of details. Specialized companies are producing those component parts. 5 largest concerns and the volume of the component production are shown here on the graph. The The largest supplier of component parts is on production and supplying component parts remains Bosch, Denso, ZF, Mango, iSensei, Japanese producers. The market of car components is divided into the three segments: OEM, original component parts, with the logos of vehicle manufacturers applied when the car is assembled. OES, this is a segment where the original manufacturers produce them, and these parts are used at service, maintenance, and warranty service of vehicles. And the third group of parts are aftermarket parts. Here belong the parts which are produced without agreement, without consultation with vehicle manufacturers. Such parts are used for post-warranty maintenance of vehicles. This slide shows the life cycle of the car and the parts used in one or other stage of this life cycle. 100% OEM is used OEM segment is used for manufacturing of the cars by 100%. In the beginning of operation, 95% of OES parts are used, and to the end of the life cycle, up to disposal of the car, the share of this OES components is shrinking to 2%. And aftermarket parts, 5% of them are used in the beginning of the operation of the car, and at the end of the operation, the share of those parts makes up to 98%. 98%. Accordingly, such proportions, such shares are used for the countries with low income level. With high income level countries, these shares will be somewhat different, but generally the trends for the use of these categories of these segments of components are more or less the same. As of today in the world, there are several regional and national systems for evaluating the conformity, which foresee different lists of component parts subject to conformity assessment and different requirements to those parts, as well different forms of conformity assessment. In this case, United States the transport department is involved in conformity assessment of component parts, and self-certification is used as a method of such assessment. In EU, the method for component parts assessment is type approval. Accordingly, type approval is conducted by administrative authorities of all the country participants of Geneva Convention. As a rule, ministries of transport are those authorities. In China, third-party certification is used to powertrain part and standards of Chinese People's Republic of China are used to certify the conformity, to assess and certify the conformity. The relevant systems are acting also in Japan, Australia, and South Korea. The global agreement of the relevant year aiming to establish some requirements for characteristics of the vehicles and test procedures aiming to use them further in the national and regional systems for conformity assessment, which was joined by now by 39 countries of the world. And it has in its register only 4 global rules establishing requirements for component tires, head holders, safety of materials, and door locks. The requirement of these global rules have been realized in the relevant United Nations rules and the safety standards for motor transport of United States. The table shows those standards. European Union countries, to assess the conformity of component parts, are using United Nations rule, which are annexed to Geneva Convention of 1959, and also EU directives, which practically are duplicating the requirements of those rules. As of today, there are 64 countries members of Geneva Agreement, all the European countries included, and the EU being a collective member. This slide shows the rules of United Nations establishing requirements to component parts of wheeled vehicles. The most United Nations rules establish requirements to lighting and light signalization or alert, and 36.9 establish requirements to the tires, 5 to engines, and then goes separate component parts. If we analyze the use of United Nations rules to component parts, then 68 rules establish requirements for both original and replaceable parts, meaning OES, OEM, and aftermarket segments. 4 rules establish requirements for aftermarket segment, and 6 UN rules establish requirements to after accessories, auto accessories, car accessories. This diagram shows distribution of UN rules to the component parts related to the safety they are providing. 59 rules establish requirements to the parts with active safety of the cars, 10 to cars with passive safety, and 9 to cars with environmental safety. This slide shows federal standards of United States establishing requirements for component parts and equipment in the United States. Next comes requirements to elements of braking systems which are used to assess conformity of the product in United States, European Union, China's People's Republic of China, Japan, Australia, and South Korea. As you can see, the lists of component parts are absolutely different. Each country has own national or regional standards which are used to assess conformity, and each of these standards establish its own testing methods. It's rather difficult to ascertain how different are these requirements. And the list of these parts and the requirements in different countries are practically different. So when developing new requirements to transport vehicles component parts, in our opinion, the following factors should be taken into account. First of all, the need for harmonization of technical requirements to transport vehicles parts effective in different continents. The most efficient mechanism for this would be implementation of Global Agreement 1998, which main purpose is to develop technical requirements to be applied in regional and national legislation. Such positive examples already have been there. As for door locks, tires, etc. Also, when developing new requirements, changes in design of transport vehicles that have occurred recently should be taken into account. In particular, the transition from internal combustion engines to electric engines. And such a transition meaning will provide a refusal from setting up requirements to the elements of car transmission, engine system, powertrain systems. At the same time, should be necessary to set up requirements to high-speed electric engines, rechargeable batteries, and electronic systems of cars. Next, systems of autonomous driving should be taken into account, biometric access to a transport vehicle, complete fault tracking of the vehicle, active windows, remote shutdown of the vehicle, active monitoring of driver's health condition to when establishing requirement. Resource of the most responsible from safety view parts should be taken into account from the point of view of ensuring safe operation of component parts. If you look at United Nations rules, that resource is established only for car catalysts. So such list of parts should be expanded. Take into account constant growth of the share of aftermarket segment in the global vehicle parts market. In one of the slides, you could see that the number of these parts is continuously growing. It's necessary to establish requirements for replacement parts, which are based on the comparison of the characteristics with the corresponding characteristics of the original parts. OEM. And by now, it is considered in these rules are taken into account like R90. It is requirements to the brake discs, brake inserts, and brake drums, brake and drums. And these rules which establish requirements to replaceable exhaust system parts and other system. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Serhiy Yuryevich, for extraordinarily interesting presentation. In my view, it's very topical. As obvious, you provide an in-depth, comprehensive analysis to us. My personal opinion is that the ideas you are talking about would be nice to bring those ideas to the international association, to the National Association of Car Manufacturers. Not only internationally, but also domestically should be introduced these rules. It's my personal opinion. I believe that all the participants of the conference would agree that this idea should be implemented into real life. Now, upon your permission, I want to announce that yesterday, 5 speakers from the National Academy of Sciences had no technical possibility to connect with us. if and when such an opportunity would appear, please let us know in the relevant window. Upon your permission, I took the decision to unite, to combine a lunch break with continuation of the conference. The most important part in the conference is informal communication. So that will be a nice combination of the lunch with the conference. No objections by the participants. Thank you very much. Then upon your permission, I plan the next presentation as regards remote participation of technical services in the monitoring of parts with a powerful team headed by Babin Yuriy Volodymyrovich, deputy head of the Laboratory of Active Safety of Vehicles, Gorytski Zakhar Arkadievich, senior researcher of the sector of documentation, Turitsky Serhiy Vasilyevich, leading engineer, acting head of the sector of Laboratory of Active Safety of Vehicles, Kravchuk Pavlo Nikolaevich, senior researcher of the sector of analytical documentation in the Laboratory of Active Safety of Vehicles of the State Enterprise, State Trans and DI project. Candidate of technical science who will deliver wonderful. Good afternoon, dear colleagues.
No possibility to present my talk because the previous is not disconnected yet. Could you please? Thank you. I hope you hear me and you see presentation. Once again, hello everyone. Today my presentation is about remote participation of technical services in testing parts and devices of wheeled vehicles. Testing wheeled vehicles parts in majority cases requires special, big and costly test equipment, which is usually present in testing laboratories of manufacturers that produce parts and devices for the wheeled vehicles. Cost of this equipment is many times more than products manufactured and cannot be used by anyone. So to say, having test equipment enables manufacturer to test new product makes at the design stage that will improve a lot its quality and competitiveness based on requirements. ISO 17025 test laboratory is to be competent and independent. Test laboratory of manufacturer, according to the status, is to comply with first criterion competence, and results of the test performed may be recognized by certification bodies only if the technical services representatives participate. In the difficult martial law, there are many additional problems for the manufacturers which are not present in peacetime. No manufacturing, no sales of the manufactured items, and other problems. Also, no possibility to confirm the compliance of the product being possible because of roads are damaged, other infrastructure, and additional problems. Part of equipment may be worked on with technical services representatives remotely. Laboratory of wheeled vehicles of our organization during the quarantine limitations related to COVID accumulated substantial experience of remote communication to test wheeled vehicles. Also, general methodology of such tests has been developed. The indicated general methodology of organizing and performing tests of parts and devices of wheeled vehicles or remote participation of technical services professionals provides for the following stages: possibility to cooperate with a laboratory to test if the representatives of test lab participate remotely. So determining risks in remote communication, evaluating them and mitigating, working remotely, approving with the laboratory manufacturer the primary test protocols, and technical service communication based on tests of vehicle parts and devices. Criteria of improvement the activity of the test lab. No measurement devices for technical services necessary to conduct the tests. Having acting document of accreditation according to state standard, having full set of measurement devices and equipment with the valid calibration certificates necessary to perform this type of test. Capability of test lab to provide remote control by technical service of test process real time. Possibility to ensure photo and video record of test process. Possibility of long-term cooperation. Adopting decision by technical services to cooperate with the lab of manufacturer is based on approving the documents and arriving on the site to get an idea of equipment, measurement devices, the way they're stored, the way they're treated, the personnel of test lab, conditions of work in test lab, aiming at observing similar tests. Second stage is analyzing risks that might appear in remote participation of technical service in test process, namely violating methodology of testing, in compliance with the parameters, violating the procedure of tests, wrong preparation of sample, wrong sampling in case of special sampling procedures, in complying to the requirements in terms of external conditions of test performance, restart of measurement equipment and test equipment or its wrong preparation for test, and having no equipment for tests before the test in due time, wear and tear of measurement equipment and test equipment, insufficient qualification of test lab personnel, fatigue, overburden are the factors that impact its activity, complexity and length of tests, errors during registration. This is not exhausting list of risks and it may be added. The next stage, we need to consider methods and ways to exclude or to mitigate found risks. These methods of risks may be maximum use of measurement devices and equipment, types working automatically, storing the test results real time and possibility to record them, photo and video record using continuous record way in the process of test performance, clear markup of a test item, a photo video record of a test process or possibility to automatically record photo and video record if necessary, testing by technical service representatives locally at the stage of concluding agreement, detailed verification by technical service specialists, all primary prerequisites and printouts with the test results, familiarization with the several similar tests on the site. This list is not exhausted and may be added. Risk matrix is made of risks and actions that might impact, decrease, or to make some risks causing discontinuity. Maximum use of measurement devices, automatically photo video record using uninterruptible record wave, photo and video record, controlling outside conditions are the measures that will potentially mitigate risks. Fourth stage, we need to approve with test lab of producer of primary protocol and scope of information by result of performed test. This stage is very important, also performed before performing test. In order to do that, at the stage before the test, we need to take into account availability and exactitude of all the provided data that impact directly or indirectly the obtained results. The site shows the forms of protocols that might be used that simplify the test procedure. Today, requirements necessitate remote participation, often enabling to make the time losses mitigated, enabling the critical manufacture of items necessary for Ukraine in its difficult wartime. Thank you very much. Maybe someone has questions. Thank you, Yuriy Babin. I think there should be many questions, very interesting. I suggest everyone to ask questions on the chat and on YouTube channel, those who watch us at YouTube channels. It means that in any conditions, the work is going to be continued. Your laboratory is working well on that. We're trying to do our job best possible. Thank you. I would like to give the next floor according to our agenda, number 8, presentation with name Oleksiy Viktorovich. Are you with us? Yes, Alexandrovich. Good afternoon. Wonderful. So if you allow, I announce the next presentation with the name testing passenger cars operate on diesel fuel and diesel biofuel. Kovasenko Serhiy Volodymyrovich, Professor of National Transport University, candidate of Technical Sciences, Associate Professor, Acting Member of Transport Academy of Ukraine, Bugryk Oleksiy Dmitrovich, Scientific Employee of Sector Secretariat of Technical Service and Center of Technical Examination of State Company Dersh, and the project candidate of Technical Sciences. Please, Oleksiy, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Alexandrovich. Dear conference participants, passenger car test, operate on diesel and diesel biofuel. We need to consider the rational use, so the recycled materials use, because food industry necessitate recycling waste, in particular fats that impact environment negatively. Vegetable oils, fat from poultry and animals, fat from the fishing industry. Using fat waste does not require substantial changes in design of the vehicle, but will enable to expand the possibilities for fuel use in vehicles. So the objective of the activity is to test on the benches the engine performance using diesel fuel and diesel biofuel, including waste from vegetable and animal fats, determining environmental characteristics of Volkswagen Passat before vehicle in different modes, idle and different load regimes using diesel and diesel biofuel, and based on European drive cycle if operated on diesel and diesel biofuel. The serial vehicle Volkswagen B4 TD1Z with the free injection of fuel to the combustion chamber. Characteristics of diesel fuel and diesel biofuel, also temperature during test was determined experimentally and by calculation. Determination of composition of a mix of fuels was performed based on allowable concentrations and technical characteristics for high pressure fuel pumps, meaning maximum temperature pump characteristics. Bench test of Passat vehicle in accordance to the European rules 8305. The Autotrans and the project was performing at a roller test bench AVL. This test bench is meant for front axle or back axle driven vehicles with certain weight and dimension characteristics. The site shows the equipment used during tests, which is the most up-to-date in Ukraine. So the test flow sampling system based on universal sampling system of constant scope CVS and standardized contaminants content, gas, fuel Coriolis type flex score, and air intake measurement device E90. The load characteristic is shown diesel per power. Fuel costs account for 8% more. Diesel per power, we see less nitrogen oxide, 3 to 9% less, and less fume in exhaust from 4 to 23% as compared to diesel fuel operation. However, CO higher and hydrocarbons 3 to 13% more. Driving cycle diesel fuel, diesel biofuel. Diesel fuel, diesel biofuel is practically the same, with the substantial discrepancy one from another. Activity is possible on fuel containing 80% of diesel fuel and 20% of fats of different types, enabling proper characteristics of operation. The site shows concentration of CO2, CO, NOx during a driving cycle. You see in the schedules almost the same change in CO, CO2, NOx using diesel and diesel biofuel engines. However, concentration diesel biofuel is less throughout all the cycle than in operation by diesel fuel. The table shows European driving cycle according to rules 23. We see the mass exhaust of harmful substances work on diesel biofuel change in the following consequence. CO2 if changing from diesel to diesel biofuel, and you see what happens with the NOx exhausts of weight, solid particles in the air, and the total fuel consumption 12.34%, fuel safety and saving. So possible thus to make use of more types of engines, fuels, diesel and diesel fuels with the help of vegetable oils for different possibilities. Also, exhaust gas improvement characteristics, diesel and diesel biofuel mixtures, if applied. Engine works properly. After test, we see that less exhausts by 12% if we compare with diesel biofuel. Presentation is over. Thank you for your attention. If you have a question, I'm listening.
Talking about solution of problem, it was dedicated to solution of energy dependence problems of Ukraine's wonderful presentation. I would like to give the floor to the next speakers on the topic expansion of the use of liquefied petroleum gas for transport and the task of settlement of the relevant application issues after installation on the gas vehicles of the relevant equipment. Ustymenko Viktor Serhievich, the deputy head of the Department for Legislative Affairs of Transport RDI Institute. Tymoshenko Serhiy Vladimirovich, deputy head of sector of testing of cars, components and expedited Gladchenko Yuriy, senior engineer of the sector for relevant works and assessment of the State Transport Research Institute. They are leading specialists in Ukraine on the issues of use of liquefied fuel and liquefied gas and biofuel. Welcome all the attendants and also the viewers on YouTube channels. You can hear me, and now I'll launch the presentation. The topic of the presentation is expansion of use of liquefied petroleum gas for vehicle and legislative settlement of problematic issues of access for operation of vehicles after installation of gas bottle equipment. The purpose of the work is to consider and review the issues which arise after installation of the relevant gas equipment, which requires further use of this type of fuel. This little analysis was conducted based upon the works by our company when issuing the certificate on approval of design of the vehicles to provide for the safety of traffic. For this work, I have no desire to dwell on obvious aggressive actions of our enemy. I will dwell just on what regards transport energy sector. Significant increase of motor fuel prices, almost twofold increase. Deficit of generating capacities reduced to a minimum the possibility of using electric transport, the electric mobiles. For a long time, the use of compressed and liquefied gas as motor fuel being alternative to diesel and gasoline fuel. Also, imports of this fuel from aggressor country was practically totally stopped. Under this situation, main alternative to traditional fuels like gasoline and diesel is the liquefied petroleum gas. It is a rather cheap motor fuel with improved environmental properties, but its use is restrained by the problems for access of cars to traffic after installation of the equipment. The market of Ukraine, the price of liquefied gas makes almost 29 hryvnias per liter, which is practically corresponding to A95 gasoline before the war price, but the average price of 95 is already 52 hryvnias per liter. Under these conditions, the liquefied petroleum gas is a rather cheap motor fuel and attractive for the consumers. use of this gas as a motor fuel is one of the ways to save for many citizens of Ukraine. It will allow also to reduce the cost of passenger and cargo transportations. And it's positively influencing the reduction of expenditures for transportation and also the cost of goods and products which are transported. In Ukraine, numerous companies are working on refitting the vehicles to work on liquefied petroleum gas. Modern branched service based on maintenance of such cars is developed. Numerous design and research works are conducted. The problem further expansion of the use of liquefied petroleum LPG is constrained on the procedure of access into operation of the refitted vehicles is provided by the relative legislative act and is very burdensome due to regulation, many procedures, and a huge volume of documentation to be created for operation, and very much time and money is spent for that. Main problems of access to traffic of wheeled vehicles using gas fuel is explained by their social nature. It's connected on one side with the necessity to uninterruptedly ensuring the safety by the design. On the other side, a low level of conformity assessment after refitting for gas fuel, and it requires the car to be tested in lab. Authority body and lab has to issue a number of documents. Money and time should be spent for it. After that, you should spend money and time to register and register vehicles in the service centers of the Ministry of Interiors. This is a short scheme of the process of conformity, verification and registration of the vehicle which the owner has to pass through after refitting each of them. Unfortunately, the slides are not moving. We see the first slide only. Please. Everybody sees it. Yes, everybody. We don't see the presentation itself. Please. Such way? Yeah, now yes. Yes, we see it. This flow chart, in each block of this flow chart, the owner in the process of refitting, he has to prepare a number of documents, the certificates, acts of acceptance. Later, now we shall talk more on what regards the certification. After completing the procedure of conformity assessment, the documents of economic entity which refitted the vehicle is analyzed, the verification of the vehicle and issuing relevant document and another procedures. All that requires documentation of all procedures to confirm conformity assessment. As a result, huge number of documents should be prepared and issued. Problems arise as a result of that quite a number of owners of the refitted vehicles don't want to spend their time and money. They violate rules and they do not register their gas vehicles, or they use services of intermediaries or fraudsters who propose to solve this problem without going out of the house. Obviously, it doesn't improve the safety degree of this refitted to gas balloon vehicles. So we propose to change the legislation, make a modification of Article 32 of the law of Ukraine on road traffic regarding accepts to operation of vehicles refitted for gas, except for buses, and to make it without many of the bureaucratic procedures, just under positive results of verification of design and technical condition of the refitted vehicle, and issue the protocol of such verification, and also making relevant changes into the procedure for refitting and some other procedures. Obligatory technical control in Ukraine is conducted by the subjects of such control being tested in a laboratory accredited according to the legislation. According to sub-point 11 of point 2 of the procedure for mandatory technical control, the inspection or verification of technical condition of the vehicles is the process of determination of the conformity of the vehicle to the requirements. The operations on the verification under the codes 701, etc., provide the verification of the design and technical condition of refitted vehicles. Should be said that to improve the agreement and for inspections and for mutual recognition of such inspections under WIN agreement, the relevant international technical inspection certificate is issued and a roadworthiness certificate. Technical inspection certificate issuance to subjects is not provided by Ukrainian legislation to avoid confusion with certificates and the document on obligatory technical space. It was named Protocol of Verification of the Technical Conditions. This is a terminological difference. According to this flow chart, the owner of wheeled vehicle would be sufficient for test lab to conduct inspection upon procedure of mandatory technical control to get a protocol or a report on technical condition completion and go right away to re-register the refitted vehicle. The advantages of this proposal would be that the volume of documentation to be created for mandatory technical control is much lower than using the current procedure. The cost or the price of that procedure would reduce 2 to 3 times the cost of conformity assessment for such vehicle. Additional advantage for the owner would be that the control would be considered as obligatory technical inspection passage. Such a model of access of vehicles would not deteriorate technical condition. Verification. Conclusion. Introduction of simplified procedures to release permission for road traffic of refitted vehicles would increase the motivation of vehicle owners to switch for gas fuel, increasing the fleet of gas balloon cars, expansion of LPG use as a relatively cheap fuel with better environmental conditions. It would allow to raise the stability of transport work and to reduce the cost of freight and passenger transportation, spending of citizens for own vehicle maintenance, and environmental pollution from emissions by vehicles. That's all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Serhiy Leonidovich. It is very complicated issue. Thank you for an in-depth analysis. Please, upon your permission, then I want to propose the next presentation. As I understand, there is no connection with Lisoval. Anatoly Anatolyevich, no connection. Then we have presentation number 11. Sergey Volodymyrovich is present here. Sergey Volodymyrovich. Yes, I am here. I hope you are hearing me. Wonderful. Then I'll announce the name. Experimental study of fuel efficiency and environmental performance of a spark ignition engine fueled by alcohol-containing fuel with high ethanol content. Authors are Tsuman Mikola Pavlovich, the teacher of the chair of Thermal Technique, National Transport University, candidate, technical sciences, correspondent member of Transport Academy of Ukraine, Susida Vladimir Viktorovich, the engineer of the state enterprise, Державтотранс project, after graduate student of National Transport Institute. Thank you. First of all, welcome all the participants of the president. This purpose of this work was to study the fuel efficiency and environmental performance of a spark ignition engine fueled by alcohol-containing fuel with a high ethanol content and the content would be 50 and 55% with no complete adaptation of the engine when using these fuels. This study provided for theoretical and experimental studies. The theoretical model was based on that when the engine uses fuel and different content of alcohol fuel, the feed-in is one the same, and the limitation is taken in such a point to provide for the relevant composition of the air and fuel mixture, and the mass content of ethanol in the range of 60-75% was used. The object of study was four-cycle Volkswagen BBY car engine with 1.4 volume with a frequency of crankshaft rotation 1.4 and 3,800 revolutions per minute. This frequency is relevant when working with the gasoline of the relevant content mixture. The results of the study shows that with the relevant revolution speed, with almost the same use of air by the engine on three types of fuel, E75 fuel expenditure is 50% more than on gasoline, and it is connected with the relevant reduction of temperature of burning. To provide for stoichiometric content of the fuel in the air-fuel mixture, it provides for the relevant work on all types of fuels. The energy performance of the engine when using the fuels E35 and 70 is minimally different from the same performance when using gasoline. The indicators of the throttle opening in the intake manifold are proven to that, which are differently same as with gasoline. The power of the engine with total opening of the throttle same as per gasoline. When using E75, it's low just to 1.73% compared to the gasoline. Performance of the fuel used in mass equivalent defined by specific consumption of fuel when using E75 and E50 is deteriorated in proportion of a reduction of fuel consumption. In the calorific equivalent, this parameter is practically equal for all types of the fuel. The parameters of the engine assessed the temperature of the coolant and air in the intake manifold is equal for all the fuels. The temperature when using gas E50 and E75 is practically the same. When using E75, certain drop of temperature is observed, requiring additional analysis to be made in the next step of the study. The concentrations in the exhausted gas before and after catalyst of the oxide hydrogens and CO2 allows to establish degree of concentration and neutralization. the reduction of ethanol content reduces the concentration to neutral one. When using a 75 fuel, the emissions of CO before neutralizer are lower 75% compared to the emissions of CO when the engine works with gasoline. With E50, it is lower by 17% accordingly. The maximum emissions of CO after neutralizer is by 50%, is E50 by 32% compared to the emissions of CO when on gasoline. The use of fuels with high ethanol content reduces CO emissions. Average concentration of CO2 before neutralizer with use of is making 15%, E50 13%, with gasoline 14.5%. It is difficult to establish some dependence here. Average concentration of after neutralization for E75 makes 12.5%, with E50 13%, and for gasoline 13.3%. Mass emission of CO2 before neutralizer are lower by 2.7% when using E75, lower by 1.14% when using E50 compared to gasoline. Mass emissions of CO2 after neutralizer are lower by 7%, E75 lower by 3% when using compared to E50 and gasoline. The conclusion is reduction of ethanol content in the fuel. CO2 emissions are reducing. Before neutralizer, ash neutralization is reduced with reduction of ethanol content in the fuel. After that, the situation is vice versa. The efficiency of CH neutralization is reducing. Maybe it's connected with the temperature of exhausted gas, which is reducing with lower ethanol content in the fuel. Effective neutralization of hydrogens is achieved by reduction of content of ethanol in the fuel. The next step of the study was comparison of the calculated indicators and indicators obtained experimentally. The dependence of the relevant mixture is the following. The curve is within theoretically calculated ranges for E70, E50, and the experimental curve is somewhat lower than calculated, but doesn't achieve the value, so it has to be recalculated more accurately for alcohol-containing fuel. The comparison of per hour consumption cycle feed-in proves to the sufficient matching of calculated and experimental parameters for E50, 75. Certain deviations could be due to bias of measure, and based upon experimental studies, the value of the real coefficient of feed-in time of E75 with different modes of engine works and compared to and the comparison with this system, the results show that the values obtained are near the maximum value of 175 established with the system. The deviation may be due to relevant specific particularities, analysis of which is outside of the limits of the study. Certain conclusions can be used. The use of fuels with high ethanol content, 50 and 75% by mass, in engines with spark ignition, fuel injection, and catalytic neutralization of exhaust gases, in the absence of full adaptability of the engine to the use of such fuels, leads to a significant change in fuel efficiency and environmental indicators. In particular, an increase in fuel consumption and mass equivalent is observed in all the modes of load characteristics. Practically with no change, the dependence of the efficiency remains of fuel use in thermal equivalent somewhat is reducing the maximum capacity for the studied speed ranges. The impact on environmental indicators is manifested in the reduction of CO and CO2 emissions. At the same time, CH emissions increase due to a decrease in the efficiency of CH neutralization, which is associated with a decrease in the temperature of exhaust gases when using fuels with a higher ethanol content. Comparison of individual parameters of the engine, in particular rear access ratio, hourly and cyclic fuel consumption, when fueling the engine with gasoline and alcohol-containing fuels with different ethanol content determined on the basis of theoretical and experimental studies, shows the sufficient adequacy of calculation model. The difference in determining the coefficient of error access by theoretical and experimental methods when fueled with fuels with alcohol content of more than 60% can be explained by insufficiently accurate consideration in the theoretical model of the influence of density and viscosity of alcohol-containing fuel. This is also confirmed by comparing the actual value of the injection time correction factor with the value set by the engine control, which for alcohol-containing 75 fuel fluctuates near the maximum value of 1.25. According to the results of theoretical and experimental studies, it's possible to conclude that it is necessary to improve the degree of fuel supply correction when using the E75 fuel to achieve the required value of the excess air ratio. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
It means that there is very powerful potential to use the imported oil products as little as possible. Unfortunately, there are no presenters with presentation number 12 and 13 in our agenda. Still are not there. We hope that they will arrive a bit later. Presentation 14 is out for now, no communication, and it will be provided for us in record. And with pleasure, I'm saying presentation 15, impact of wheeled vehicle management automation on energy efficiency and fuel saving. Oseledko Pavlo Petrovich, first category engineer of a digital tachographer department, international agreement department, scientific research service, and Simonenko Roman, deputy head of comprehensive transport problems, Doctor of Technical Sciences, Associate Professor, Acting Member of Transport Academy. Pavlo Petrovich, please, the floor is yours. Hello, dear colleagues. Do you see me, hear me? Thank you. We hear you, but do not see your presentation yet. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I welcome you. My name is Oseledko. I am aspirant of N2, first category engineer of Державтотрансу NDE project. I would like to draw to your attention the presentation, impact of development of the automation of the field vehicle management on efficiency and economy. In the near future, solving the problems of economic development of Ukraine and liquidation of the consequences related to aggression of Russian Federation will be among the priority tasks for our country. Road transport will play a special role in solving these tasks. That is why there is already a need to find an opportunity to increase the efficiency of operation and management of vehicles. If we start with history, development of automated systems starts with cruise control. First vehicle where the automation system was used of IC was Chrysler Imperial of 1958. There are two types of main cruise controls, passive and adaptive cruise control. Passive is classic system used at the vehicles with a mechanic and automatic gearbox for over 40 years now. Adaptive system that does not only support the constant movement, the speed adjusting depending on the obstacles on the way. In particular, systems impact the engine operation that substantially possibly improving economy and ecology parameters. Next stage of developing automated systems is using intellectual telematic technologies and making a vehicle where human is not necessary to participate in driving vehicle. Development of automated system is important for many scientists and manufacturers of vehicles. In particular, SAE, international engineers, developed standard J3016 levels of driving automation, determined in 6 degrees of automation driving SIA 0, no automation SAR level 5, complete automation of a vehicle 0 level, no automation. These vehicles is where driver is always responsible for all the dynamic objectives in driving vehicles, receiving only auxiliary information. Level 5, helping driver system manages acceleration, slowing down and slows down steering wheel. This encompasses all vehicles with cruise control based on radar and movement of lane control systems. Level 2, partly automation, is based on system managing movement and acceleration, and human still performs dynamic driving part, so a driver is responsible for changing the lane, going to the highway and others. However, driver is not allowed to leave the wheel unattended. Third level, controlling all the aspects of vehicle, acceleration, slowing down, and direction of movement, but still hopes that human will respond on time and interferes if necessary. Automation level 3 is similar to autopilot because vehicle may do everything: cameras, lidars, sensors, and even artificial intelligence. Level 4, high automation. System controls all the vehicle driving aspects. Also, when driver does not respond to the demand to intrude the vehicle, does not require attention, so you may read your book or do whatever you like. So in very difficult situation, for instance, big traffic jams, vehicle may transfer driving to driver. These might be the vehicles which are automated completely. Any dynamic objectives of driving are controlled autonomously. Using higher levels of automations of the vehicle will help to improve ecology and economy of contemporary vehicles use. In 2014, at the World Forum to harmonize vehicle rules, adaptation of the existing legal instruments and development of new was initiated to promote step-by-step introducing automated driving. 2014, ECO UN made a work group on automated and connected vehicles. This work group developed a framework agreement on automated and connected vehicles. Introducing framework agreement is closely connected to development of a green course officially introduced by European Commission to be developed in European Union in European Parliament in 2019 as a set of measures to transform Europe in climate neutral continent till 2050. European Green Course is new strategy of growth aiming at turning EU in just and thriving society with the contemporary saving and resource efficient economy where there are going to be no uncompensated greenhouse exhaust by 2050 and good use of resources. Ukraine joins EU in this policy. Our country in 2016 approved the Paris Climate Agreement. In January 2021, government of Ukraine notified leaders of EU in participation of a green course. It is clearly defined by National Transport Strategy of Ukraine by 2030. The strategy is made to comprehensively resolve the problems in the transport industry in the context of introducing Euro integration course in particular and implementing association agreement of EU and Ukraine, implementing provisions of National Transport Strategy of Ukraine will impact competitiveness and efficiency of transport industry of Ukraine in future. From among main measures, We may single out introducing and using high-tech and ergonomic vehicles, principles of multimodality, satellite navigation, intellectual transport systems, information technologies, electronic document systems. Also, we may single out transport infrastructure development. From among those measures, using automated systems is impossible without development of transport infrastructure. If we go back to automation level, we see that there might be difficulties in Ukraine in complete use of automated systems. Starting from the first level in Ukraine, the information coverage level infrastructure environment is unrelated to automated systems used within the contemporary vehicles. At this slide, you may see the top 15 countries by index of preparedness to autonomous driving. Unfortunately, Ukraine lags behind substantially from leaders in this area. So, improving transport infrastructure and automation as a consequence, safety, ecology, and economy of contemporary vehicles very important and promising area for investigation. Thank you very much. My presentation is over. If you have questions. Thank you very much, Pavlo Petrovich. Very interesting systemic presentation. Next, according to our plan, is presentation 12. Yevgeny Vasilyevich couldn't get connected yet, right? No connection to him yet.
Так, значить, Олександр Васильович, ви з нами під'єднали?
Alexander Vasilyevich, are you with us? Have you connected? Wonderful. So next presentation with happy in reality number 13, improving the vehicle parameters. Serhiy Tymoshenko, Associate Professor, National Transport University. Trifonov Dmitro Mikhailovich, Associate Professor of Engine and Thermal Equipment, National Transport University, candidate of Technical Science. Please, Alexander Vasilyevich, your presentation. No sound. We have sound? Yes, we hear you. Wonderful. But do not see your presentation yet. Let me try to get connected because I'm communicating from the phone. Okay, we will wait. We understand the situation. We are going to wait.
Не хоче підключати презентацію чомусь на телефоні.
Doesn't want to connect presentation on the phone somehow. So I suggest to make the presentation reverse twice. Now it's going to be with simultaneous translation for the broad foreign audience. Then we will ask you to record presentation. Please send us these slides together. With that, we will make them public and people will be able to see a presentation with video, also with translation into English. So we are listening to you attentively. Okay. So without presentation for now. So I welcome all the conference participants. At the Faculty of Engines and Thermal Equipment of National Transport University, the studies are made to improve the starting properties of engines using the exhaust gases used with the help of thermal electric generator. The main issue in operating vehicle in low temperature conditions of ambient air is ensuring reliable and accident-free start of cold engine. Saving primary energy resources may be done at the expense of using part of secondary energy resources which might appear in big amounts when engine operates. We know that exhaust gases of the engines account for losing up to 40% of thermal energy from fuel combustion, and recuperation of a part of thermal energy of the exhaust gases in engine enables lowering the power of energy power plant, meaning the general specific weight of fuel, ensuring this way higher power of power plant and mitigating negative impact of a vehicle onto environment. Turning about 6% of exhausts into the electric enables to cut fuel consumption up to 30%. So objective of the study is using thermal electric system, which in operation enables to sustain optimum temperature of the battery while maintaining vehicle with low ambient air temperatures, which is the prerequisite to improve cold engine start. When the temperature goes down, energy possibilities of the battery are decreased substantially because of a change and internal opposition. If electrolyte temperature is dropping to minus 40 from plus 30 to minus 40, the specific opposition is 6 to 8 times more. For reliable start of engine, the rotations per minute of crankshaft should be not less than some start value. Also depends on pre-launch preparation if the engine starts in cold conditions. To support optimum battery conditions, one may use secondary energy resources of exhaust gases with the help of thermal electric generators, which are promising industry to develop energy-saving technologies in road transport. Thermal model of suggested thermal electric system includes using thermal energy of exhaust gases accumulated within a thermal accumulator phase transfer, enabling generation of electric power while operation, as well as while idleness of engine. While operation of the engine, part of thermal energy of exhaust gases is accumulated in the thermal accumulator, and during operation of vehicle in cold conditions, part of thermal accumulated energy in thermal accumulator is transferred to the hot connectors of thermal electric generator, and then from the cold connectors to the ambience. Thus, the experimental thermal electric system has been created where on the surface of thermal accumulator, thermal electric generator was installed, consisting of thermal electric modules connected one after another using a backer principle. The body is covered with a thermal insulation layer, received electric potential of thermal electric generator gets to the heating elements from carbon material to heat up a main battery. Buffer battery also integrated into the system and is meant to keep received electric energy received in a thermal generator, also to ensure a stable tension, out power. The faculty performed functional studies of suggested thermal electric systems to ensure optimum temperature of battery. If the ambient temperatures are low, and tests have indicated that the first thermal accumulator is capable of ensuring temperature difference between the heat carriers within 60 centigrade degrees within at least 320 minutes. And the tests were performed at temperature +1, +5 centigrade, and by results of tests, it was established that the average tension of four models, test 1, standard thermal electric models, meant for freezing cameras. The power was about tension 18.5 volt with the current around 0.118 milliampere. Thus, by result of calculation, it was determined that using lead acid accumulator for lower power devices like AGM 12 volt and capacity from 1.7 to 12 ampere hours. So using such accumulator, it is necessary to use 12 modules, test 1, connected one after another, and this way of connection will enable charging buffer accumulating battery up to 0.12 milliampere with the necessary tension up to 15 volt, which complies to requirements to operate the necessary accumulating battery. Thus, the possibility to use suggested autonomous support of such type of devices or vehicle with thermal and electric energy is confirmed without losing primary energy resources. Thank you for your attention. The presentation is over.
Thank you very much. You have wonderfully coped with the task for such a complicated material without the presentation to deliver it to the audience. Thank you very much. You delivered everything very clearly, like when listening to radio, to remember old times when we have worked. We are waiting for your presentation, well recorded and delivered with the video stream, so to make it available for everybody. Thank you very much. Now, presentation number 14 will be later also delivered to us in a recorded view. And it's my pleasure now to propose to you presentation number 16. Volodymyr Mikhailovich, are you with us? Yes, I'm here. Wonderful. It's a very original study with the name The Effect of Road Bump on the Vehicle, Road Safety and Environmental Pollution. very powerful team headed by Sakhno Volodymyr Pavlovich, head of the Department for Cars of National Transport University, Doctor of Technical Science, Professor, active member of the Academy of Transport of Ukraine, Mykola Nazorenko, Deputy Head of the National Research Council of State Enterprise, State Trans and Deep Project, Candidate of Technical Sciences, Correspondent Member of Transport Academy of Ukraine, Gorytski Serhiy Usydovich, Senior Engineer, Acting Head of the Sector of Laboratory of Road Researches, Klymenko Yuriy, leading engineer of the sector for providing international agreements on transport of Scientific and Research Center for testing wheeled vehicles, and Trokhymchenko, the researcher of the Scientific of the Center of the Department of the State Enterprise, State Trans and Deep Project. Please, Volodymyr Nikolaevich, the floor is yours. Welcome, everybody, and the viewers on YouTube as well. To your attention will be our presentation, the effect of road bumps on the vehicle, road safety, and environmental pollution. The solution of task on the reduction of air pollution by road transport to reduce the deaths on the roads. Many publications and studies have been dedicated to it. A maximum speed is introduced, and traffic calming devices. However, relatively little attention is paid to the impact of road bumps on the car in terms of road safety and environmental pollution. During their movement, the slides are not switching, just a minute. During their movement, motor vehicles overcome different both artificial irregularities on the road, like the holes or the random road irregularities like potholes, routing, or artificial like the line policemen or across the road, and the impact of those irregularities on the car and on its properties is rather substantial. Should be also noticed that the majority of drivers reduce their speed before road bumps, and after passing them began to increase the speed of the car, and it increases the amount of exhaust gases, emitted gases in the air. So the artificial road obstacles, irregularities became a goal of this study. It will ease our mathematical calculations later on, because we know the size. After we selected those irregularities, we conducted preliminary experimental study to determine the parameters of rigidness of suspension of car and car tires. These parameters will be needed for mathematical simulation. The baseline data obtained are in this table. After we conducted preliminary these tests, we decided to create a testing complex, so to measure the parameters. And we decided to include the flow meter of fuel, speed measurement, and the measurement of acceleration and other movement in the car which arise during passing the obstacles. Flow meter, fuel flow meters, speed measuring device. Additionally, we needed equipment which would allow to measure during the movement of the car over different road irregularities, to measure the movements of car suspension. We had no such device, so some single samples of such a device were expensive, so we just took Conius and added RD equipment. The sensors installed in the car and RD in the microcontroller and the sensors MPU 5060, and additionally to be able to connect several of such sensors, multiplexer was used for that purpose. After conducting those tests, we obtained the data. This step after the test, this slide shows a fragment of a record of speed and fuel consumption when crossing artificial road bumps. In this case, for the speed of 20 kilometers per hour, two types of road bumps were passed on the top slide. The raised crossing, pedestrian crossing, and on the bottom slide, the lane policeman. As you can see, before the bump, the driver slows down, then accelerates after, and fuel consumption increases a lot, and obviously emissions to air also increase. This slide, a fragment of data record for accelerometer moment. When a vehicle passes over the bump, the relevant movement, transposition of suspension takes place, which at certain speeds could be critical for the suspension, up to the breakage of the suspension itself. Further experimental studies with the full range of analysis on emissions of exhaust gases is now in the process of reproduction of moving modes on the stand of their Trans-D project to obtain specific data on emissions taking place during passing those obstacles, those bumps. Another complex of measures will be developed after, which in the future will be taken into account so to reduce the impact produced when crossing road irregularities. That's all. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, you may ask them. Thank you very much. Very interesting results. Now, according to the plan, after Volodymyr Nikolaevich presentation, Korpach should present, but we have no connection with him. With Mr. Richok, there is no connection either. And whilst we are trying to establish connection, I propose for your attention the presentation number 19 under the name Assessment of Conformity of General Purpose Buses. The speaker, Zelinsky, Yevhen Mikhailovich, head of the Test Laboratory of General and Passive Safety of Vehicles of State Enterprise Thereafter Trust and the project, and the co-authors, Lapshin Yuriy Andreevich, Deputy Head of the Testing Laboratory of General and Passive Safety of Vehicles of State Enterprise, and Lich, Senior Engineer of the Testing Laboratory of General and Passive Safety of Vehicles of the State Enterprise Thereafter Trust and the project. Please, the floor is yours.
Do you hear me? We hear you well, but we do not see your slides yet. Okay, just a minute. We are turning on the slides. You have it. Please try to push demonstration button at the bottom of the screen, and then go to presentation.
Чудово. Є, все, так? Бачимо, дякуємо.
You see it, yeah? Yeah. Once again, good evening, dear colleagues. Today, your attention is welcome for the safe design of buses at the design stage and verified during certification and technical maintenance. Analyzing road accidents necessitate three main reasons to investigate: error of driver or pedestrians, incompliance of road conditions, and the discrepancies of vehicle design and the technical condition. Alongside with that, less road accidents and severe consequences decrease. It is necessary to consider as links of the same chain: a vehicle, a driver, road. A vehicle presupposes creating safe vehicle design, which is to ensure prevention of accident, and if it is happened, have less severe consequences. Safety is conventionally divided into active, passive, and logical. Depending on the wheeled vehicle category, a number of rules applied which definitely should comply with vehicles to be allowed for operation on roads. Every country determines the set of rules to operate vehicles. This presentation will consider rules 107, unified rules on approving vehicles M2, M3 in terms of design of structure, technically providing for safe operation of buses for general purpose, enabling transportation of all the passengers, in particular priority passengers, limited mobility, at the wheelchair, at the general roads. Requirements are aimed at ensuring no or less severity in road accidents, fast and safe evacuation of passengers in case of road accident, convenient and safe boarding on board passengers, comfortable placement of passengers in seats, and safe conditions of standing passengers. A general amount of these conditions, depending on type, make of the bus, is around 200 fast to clearly understand the conditions set for such buses, where to clearly understand the buses may be of categories M2, M3, depending on a loaded weight, split into classes A, B, first, second, and third classes, dependent passenger capacity A, 22 passengers with standing and seating passengers. B class, also buses with capacity up to 22 passengers, but no places for standing passengers, only seats for seated passengers. So class 1, over 22 passengers, places for passengers sitting, standing, and have some platforms, bigger platforms. The space is not less than 2 adjoining seats. Buses are aimed for seating passengers and may be used for standing passengers at the safe distance from one another. And C class is only for the passengers seated. Based on that, they look from the outside properly. B class, A class, second class, first class, third class buses. Before that, they're classified as city, intercity, or tourist buses. Previously, there were two rules, 36 and 52, that were setting the rules for those buses. 52 rules set for buses up to 22 seats, rules 36 to buses over 22 seats. Now all those two rules are unified by one document. Rules 107 applied for all classes, all category buses, except some special cases. It is written, I will not keep you hanging at this part of our presentation. For us to clearly understand, we need to realize what is service door, extra door, emergency window, and other terminology that we need to realize to understand clearly what is meant here. Main conditions set in 107 rules are requirements to the passenger capacity. We need to take into account that the passenger capacity is set by manufacturer. Three aspects are taken into account. First aspect, that there should be enough seats in the bus, not less than square meter area of the salon inside the bus. So if the bus has inside 15 square meters, so it should be not less than 15 seats. First condition. Second condition about weight and dimensions. Weight, full weight, loaded weight, and passenger weight. Passenger weight for buses class B and class A, first class, is 67 kilograms. For class B2-3, 71 kilogram. Plus weight of person in wheelchair, which is 250 kilograms as calculated. Also weight of luggage calculated, 1 cubic meter, 100 kilograms of luggage. A third indicator, also conditions meant for standing passengers. So standing passengers, buses of first class and A class should have 0.125 square meters per person, and second, third class should be 0.150 per one passenger. All those three conditions determine possibility passenger capacity of a bus. This capacity of bus is put on markup located near driver, clearly indicating the capacity. Examples: seating 28 passengers, standing 0, wheelchair 0, general passenger capacity 28. General wheelchair capacity, we do not see it on slide. Next requirement for strength of the power means strength of bus capsizing to the side and space remaining after such accident. Next requirement is stability for overturn. If moving on curved roads, it should be not less than 28 degrees. Next requirement is fire protection. So main requirements for firefighting areas for the rechargeable batteries base, a number of exits. Most important here is that not less than 2 doors in first category, 1 service, 1 emergency, and then number increased depending on number of passenger capacity. Second conditions that buses are divided into sections. Each section should have 2 doors. Example 1, 2, 1, 2. Condition 3, that in the buses the area of passenger saloon less than 10 meters, doors should be located one from another at a distance not less than 40% of passenger saloon. If buses are smaller, two doors are allowed to be placed one next to another, so requirement is fulfilled for such buses, but for buses with more passenger capacity, two doors should be located like this. Location of extra doors might be in the side wall as well as at the back side or front side. Conditions to exits for each class of buses. Own dimensions for exits are established, which are verified with the help of templates. Example, those are emergency exits on the site. They're characterized by space and dimensions. For instance, emergency hatch area should be more verified by template. Technical requirements to the service doors. Requirements for the distance, they should be located, the height, they should be located, how they should be opened, blocked, what is the function if squeezing takes place, so I'd like not to list those requirements in detail, but those should be complied with and should be enough space. This is a check if person is squeezed, so the reverse mechanism should be installed. That should be verified. Technical conditions for the extra doors. Sizes are verified with the help of template, and condition for the doors is that they should be hinged. Technical conditions for extra windows. They should be easily removable or be made of safe glass, having instruments to break it, for instance, hammer, and to have information about the characteristics. Emergency hatch, also requirements are important for foldable stairs. Requirement is the height of the stair, that the bus cannot continue moving till the stair is removed and the door is closed. Definitely, in order to exit, enter, to talk to driver, know what to do in certain situation. The bus should be equipped with the signs indicating actions of passengers in case of road accident or in case of performing certain actions. It is characterized by what is written, where it is written, at what height, in which part. There are also important points related to lighting passenger doors, meaning steps placed near the bus from the outside that should be lit at dark time of the year. Internal planning, very big, very complicated conditions depending on bus class, verified by big dimension buses. The templates may be from 1,500 millimeters, buses third class, 900 millimeters width, length, the access to service doors. You see, all of that is verified in order that passengers may freely and unimpeded move, enter and exit and to see it. The all same conditions are in terms of accessing emergency door. They also check in terms of accessing salon. There's a standalone verification of emergency exit for the buses with less than 25 passengers capacity near driver. Also verified with the help of templates. Access to emergency windows. So different templates are used. Access to the emergency manholes also determined by templates. Passages, I mentioned the templates, they determined it with depending on first-class buses. This is B-class buses, small template, big volume. Requirements for passenger seats. There are requirements for the removable seats, width, depth of the cushions, free space above seats, spatial space. Many requirements, will not dwell on them, but they exist. They should be complied with and verified. Important matter: stairs. Each class of buses have their own height. First step from the ground level, depth of step enabling safe crossing for passengers, depth and profoundness of cushion and the way it is measured. Above seats, there are conditions for a driver's seat, where it should be like. The elbow rests and all those requirements ensure proper work for driver. In terms of handles, those are elements enabling passengers to enter safely, passengers standing within bus while movement also. Upon entering and exiting bus, they have dimensions, spaces in between. So, for instance, a doll that verifies that a person has enough reach to the upper and lower handle to ensure safety in any possible standing conditions. Also handles near the service doors, enabling normal boarding and unboarding of passengers. In terms of fencing stairs, if there is abrupt braking for passengers not to fall, they should have fencing around the orifices, which blocks the biggest part of the space. For buses, main requirement ensuring general purpose buses to be used by limited mobility people is that first class should have one place for a wheelchair and 4 seats for the priority category passengers. Second class, 2 places. Priority category A class buses, 1 place for the priority categories. If the customer or manufacturer wants to make more places for the wheelchair people, this place is to comply with requirements determined in Addendum 8 to these rules. Rules 8 encompass all the list of requirements starting from height of stairs, because for these people, height of stairs, it should be a bit less. Near doors meant for this passenger seating should be first class 270 millimeters, other classes 220 millimeters. Seats for priority categories passengers are a bit different, they're a bit wider and should definitely have elbow rests from passage side. Additional handles for priority category passengers to enable enter bus and to reach up the place where they are going to be located. You see additional handles enabling to access freely to the seats for certain passengers. Of course, question here is for wheelchair people. The bus enables transporting wheelchair people along the movement and opposite to the movement direction, depending on way the wheelchair is used in a bus. Certain conditions are verified. If along the direction of movement the attachment is done by safety belts. If opposite, the rest support is made that the wheelchair rests upon. This is to have markup on the bus indicating places for the wheelchair people. This is a rest support that person in wheelchair may be rested against. Near the door are operation devices and to notify driver that wheelchair passenger needs to be boarded. Also, there is system to lower the floor in a bus, enabling to make one step and not more into bus. Second element, enabling to bring a person in wheelchair is elevator. Second element is apparel. They have conditions respective. The lift apparel are meant for 300 kilograms, have width, both angle apparel in order for a person to freely board. If we speak of a pedestrian sidewalk, so angle should be not less than 12%, if from ground 36%. So I spoke fast the buses that they should be like for our people to be able to freely, safely and comfortably transported and receive services to transport passengers in the general use routes. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer your questions. There are already questions. Thank you very much, Yevgeny Mikhalovich. I suggest to discuss the questions to postpone. We are coming to the end. Soon we will have the finalization part, discussion panel. Please send us questions both in writing. Everyone will have possibility to ask questions verbally at discussion panel. We have a wonderful news. Alongside with not everyone being able to get involved. However, Alla Novikova had to start yesterday, second panel for vehicles. She's again with us. She had a reason for not being able to attend. We're happy to see you with the important presentation. It is very organic with Yevgeny Mikhalovich presentation, new standards of service quality for public passenger transport, right? Alla Mikhalovna, yes, yes. Hear me, let me voice you up. Novikova Alla Mikhalovna, Director of Center of Comprehensive Transport Problems, State Enterprise, State of the Transport Scientific Research Institute, acting member of Academy of Sciences, Alla Mikhalovna, the floor is yours. We all listen to you very attentively. Good afternoon. I'm happy to continue this discussion panel on passenger transportation organically after Yevgeny Mikhalovich. I would like to boast that we have implemented two standards on quality of public passenger transport. By method of translation, they introduced on August 24, 2021. It was workday by translating standards 13816 EN, transport logistics and services, public passenger transport, determining the quality of service management, second standard, EN 15140, public passenger transport requirements for systems measuring this service. Standards are developed by Technical Committee 80 within our institute and Technical Committee 183, Logistics and Managing Supply Chain, was included in activity of Standardization Institute to standardization plan I'm thinking that it's not much work to standardize, but it took us 2 years. It needs to be mentioned that really system standards of quality of passenger services were really absent. There are separate indicators, there is no comprehensiveness, and I think this is also silent revolution. God willing, we are going to introduce those comprehensive system of public transport. We did not have systemic indicators and systemic mechanism of measuring quality. What were the indicators? Number of passengers per square area, number of passengers for the area of metro station, and regularity is what we were following dispatching. And in previous years, we drew lots of attention how much vehicles are fit to transport passengers with limited physical possibilities. The objective of this standard, in accordance to the requirements, is to draw attention of responsible organizations to quality of public passenger transport. You know that it wasn't very quality. The marshutkas prevail. However, taking balanced decisions in terms of distributing responsibilities between the carrier and organization ordering carriage of passengers enables to compare offers from different transport service suppliers and to improve continuous provision of services in a better way. Mykola Klementovich was mentioning about the improvements in this area. What is public passenger transport? This is pretty extensive notion. For instance, we didn't think aviation to be the public passenger transport, but it is also included if, in accordance with this standard, it is characterized by being open for the people, making possible travels for all the groups of passengers, definite time, definite frequency, definite routes and stops provided constantly, and has public tariff. The limitations are not extended to type of transport, right of property on transport infrastructure, the preliminary order, ways of payment, legal status of service providers. The cycles of services are broken down from the left for consumers to the right, relate to carriers and executive authorities that organize transportation. So expected quality has got several indicators and several parties expected level of services that the consumer demands and the target service level the consumer should be provided with, and the real provided service is measured by organizer or authorized body, and the level and the perception of a user. The level of service formed by organizer based on organization from controlling bodies, passengers' own sources of information. The very quality system of public services is divided into 8 criteria. So then criteria are divided into broader indicators I will show later. Main criteria: sufficiency of service, availability of service, enough information, rational planning of transportation service for passengers, comfort of vehicle and service of passengers, safety, feeling of passenger of being protected, not only traffic safety, but also security for passenger not to be robbed along the way, or some other indicators, and ecology impact. First page example of quality criteria. First, sufficiency. First level criteria sufficiency. Second level way and network of use. Availability, reliability. Three level are more profound indicators in terms of availability, distance from point A to point B, need of transfers, coverage area, hours of activities, intervals, rate of passenger capacity use in vehicle. We'll exemplify by accessibility, outside accessibility, possibility for use by other ways of transport, and internal accessibility, outside accessibility for the pedestrians, bicyclists, taxi users, the private passenger car user, internal accessibility, enters, exits to the bus, changes to other routes and ways of public transport, changing ways of transport, and so on. Information, general information about availability, accessibility, time of operation, intervals, comfort, safety, impact on environment. There are interesting indicators, for instance, the purity of vehicles, purity of vehicle windows. I remember that back in time in our neighboring countries, I will not say which, there was water between windows like in aquarium. I remembered this comfort example of transportation services. Also indicators for information, time of waiting at the hotline to get a reply. All those are quality indicators. I have showed only 3 points, which are pretty substantiated and comprehensively characterizing the public passenger transport quality system. Main methods to measure the service quality: measurement of satisfaction, measurement of efficiency. Measurement of efficiency shows general objectives, fulfillment in all levels. Satisfaction, question passengers how satisfied they are during a trip or after a trip. Second, standard to measure the quality services, monitoring of fulfillment of elements, describing efficiency, oriented the maximum most important criteria for passengers from the records of control services or evaluated by independent experts, performed independently, regularly by a group of experts, ensuring more detailed measurement level. Needs to be noted that measurements should be done by specially trained people, experts, who have to perform this activity. Measuring efficiency that shows general objectives in system on all level, the means of direct information obtaining about services from the constant operative measures. By constant management means main parameters are passengers receiving and not receiving certain services, procedure of quality assessment. So to say roughly speaking is personnel training. This is going to be new, so to say, kind of activity in general in Ukraine. And God willing, we are also going to do that. Selected quality criteria. It is recommended to start from simple little set of quality criteria, the very evaluation process, determining evaluation process with the comparative tables, including respective indicators, evaluating indicators, and level of achieving these indicators. Procedure evaluating the quality. Every quality criteria is meant to be evaluated, should comply with certain category in accordance with standard 13816. It is expedient to start from little amount of available indicators. The procedure should balance the point of view of users and possibilities of evaluation system to achieve the planned quality indicated. So in certain conditions for small city, certain indicators for big cities, other indicators overall, we understand the difficult situation we have now. So two level buses is passengers definitely don't expect from local authorities. However, the balance between users and possible providers of services in system should be matching together. The thing is that majority of cities do not have big fleets of municipal transport vehicles that should be updated. Some services require more detailed description. The quality level should be determined if expedient by the relative satisfaction of passengers that use the services. Performing evaluation. To evaluate quality of provided services is to be done and generalized in report at least once every year. Organization measures to evaluate should be formalized in documents and to provide the control of study results. Who should be doing this? Organizer of transportation, local authority, or other regional administration, for instance, if the intercity transportation services changes, reasons to necessitate measurements, procedures of evaluation should be accessible, understandable, registered, even at the first evaluation, to be able to rectify later suggestions. Mykola agreement, which was mentioned yesterday, I will just briefly mention those. Choosing criteria of a service quality for some locations, carriers, choosing instruments of certification, standardization, development of methodology, frequency and measurement level, service quality, satisfaction of consumers and customers of services, analyzing results and introducing directive measures, the way it should be working in our system. We should have carriage organizers, a transporter who won the tender to transport, so the quantity indicators to determine quality should be organized, should evaluate them if in compliance, so should sanction the transporters. Thank you for your attention. What questions do you have? Thank you, Alla Mikhailовna. Questions will be there. Please, some technical point. Viktor Mikhailovich will say about some technical points we need to take into account in our activities.
Да, шановні колеги, якби ситуація така з'явилась
So we have
мережі міської електроенергії.
now connection of somebody to the military electric energy.
Скажіть, підключали живлення тільки для
We have connected a generator for our subunits randomly, not for everybody, selectively. And the power was also distributed from our building to the sales points found near Metro Berestizka. So now there's an emergent need to return this network, this grid of supply to our building. But if eventually some disconnection will take place and some interruption will occur, then just 10 minutes will be needed for us to come back. This is a legal issue, we cannot bypass it. So, Alexandrovich, you can continue now. Okay, if everything goes smoothly, then the next speaker will finish his, will deliver his presentation. But if not, then we shall just reconnect after 10 minutes for him to continue. We have another good news on that. The presentation number 12 will be delivered today, but I ask very much Alla Mikhailovna, you have a very interesting presentation since yesterday. We are waiting later on it. Let me announce the title of the next presentation, Improvement of the Indicators of Spark Ignition Engine, working on different fuels, using special additive. Authors Shuba, Yevhen Zelinsky, the teacher of National Transport University, candidate of technical science, Richok Oleksiy Sergeyevich, the senior engineer of the sector for testing the vehicles of State Enterprise Dash After Transfer Project. Panin Mykola Igorovich is the after-graduate student of National Transport Institute, and Manko Ivan Volodymyrovich, candidate of technical sciences, senior specialist of the company AI Toyota Ukraine. Can you see this? She has the floor, please. Welcome, everybody. You see the title. I'll introduce a little bit. As known, motor transport is one of the main consumers of fuel and the pollutant of environment. Can you hear me well? Yes, yes, thank you. Absolutely well. So the search for reduction of fuel consumption is topical of the engines in the fuel vehicles, or two methods of replacement, the use of the so-called alternative fuels. One of the most common alternative fuels in Ukraine you can buy freely in the gas stations are alcohol-containing benzines or gasolines, most common in fuel stations are containing up to 40% of bioethanol, the so-called E40. The trade name for that fuel is somewhat different, but I use this name. With 40% of bioethanol and the mixture of propane and butane, the gas, which is concomitant gas when processing petroleum, and it costs less than conventional fuels like gasoline and fuel. The broad use in the transport vehicles in Ukraine is present. Along with that, preliminary studies show that when working on these alternative fuels, their consumption is high. The physical consumption of alcohol-containing gasoline is due to lower temperature of combustion of such fuel, so more of that is needed for the engine to work. Also, there is observed increased voluminous consumption of gas mixture fuel. Most of the systems of feed-in of liquefied gas of the fourth generation, including the fourth generation, do feed gas in gas phase. The most modern systems of 6th and 7th generation feed in gas in liquid phase. Maybe they don't have those drawbacks. It should be studied still, but most common generation is number 4 now. So when a car is working on those fuel types, it means some measures to improve their fuel saving properties. One of such measures is using fuel additives which accelerate the combustion. And we can assess improvement of economical effect and reduction of the products of non-complete combustion. We already studied this issue for a long time ago, and hydrogen was used earlier as such an additive. The first studies have been conducted in the middle of last century for aviation piston engines. We apologize, Evgeny. I see you have wonderful slides. You should be with this. I wanted to make an introduction before showing the slides. I have an experimental work and a lot of what can be done with those results. This is not yet definitive result, so I wanted to tell the background of what it's going about. The use of hydrogen is good, but the issue with hydrogen is that in pure form, to get sufficient amount of it, you have to spend a lot of energy, first of all, and for the second, expensive electrolyzers, because hydrogen is obtained through electrolysis. That's why one of the methods, one of the activating additives is hydrogen-containing gas, which is supplied as mixture of hydrogen and oxygen to the intake manifold of the engine. So we assessed what can be done to improve properties of engine working on different fuels. The engine 4Gs of Volkswagen is the object of such work, may be installed on Skoda Fabia or Volkswagen Polo with the relevant volume. Such engine is established at the stand, is connected to the relevant measuring equipment. There is also a system of force generation established in the system of supply of hydrogen-containing gas. I'm sorry, there is an urgent announcement of technical service. Quite possible is internet would disappear. During this period, we'll make interruption in case it happens, because there would be no simultaneous translation. As soon as internet reappears, you would continue. Thank you. You may continue now. Is this already a break? No, you may continue. It was re-equipped with the system of hydrogen-containing gas and also the system of feeding with petroleum gas. The testing was conducted in the laboratories of National Transport University using our equipment and also using the equipment provided by State Enterprise Transport. The engine was installed on the stand, and the electrolysis installation was supplying hydrogen-containing gas, and we used the relevant type of gasoline A95 to compare, and it was measured with the relevant method, and the measurement of hydrogen-containing gas was measured by use of the relevant equipment. The rotameter MP10/5 was used to measure hydrogen-containing mixture consumption. The loading characteristics were identified. Also, the goal of the study was to identify the optimum additive for a wide range of load regimes by method of identification of regulating characteristics based upon the parameters of engine performance. It was established that the most efficient additive for all three types of fuels makes about 4% of the weight of consumption of main fuel. For gasoline, such additives was making 3 liters per minute. So with this load, the parameters of engine with gas with continuous additive 1 liter per minute with this gas. And the final value in different points was 4% was in the middle point of the so-called European scale, European value for a car with this engine. The studies established that when the engine works in the mode of new loads, fuel consumption with A95 reduces by 10%. For with other load modes, the consumption makes 3.5%. Also, should be noted that to achieve equal capacity, you have to open the throttle relevantly, and it reduces the per hour consumption of the fuel with the same load. Also, you can see certain enrichment of this fuel mixture. The study conducted on alcohol-containing gasoline also showed positive influence on the saving of fuel in the modes of small loads. The reduction of effective consumption of fuel makes 12%. In other modes, averagely 3.5%. There are some points of 3.6%, but averagely it was 1.5%. Also should be noted that the achievement of equal capacity, to achieve equal capacity, you have to somewhat less open the throttle to achieve the per hour consumption of fuel. With small loads, we can see is that engine control system corrects the angle of ignition towards later ignition. It proves to the rigidness of work of the engine when the gas supply increases. So the sensor makes those corrections and makes it a little bit later with some delay. With higher loads, we can see that the ignition point is somewhat earlier than when we work without additive of hydrogen-containing gas. It should be noted also that practically all through the range of the loads, the value of the percentage of air consumption is changing. It proves to the enrichment of the air gas mixture. Previous preliminary studies showed that the use of alcohol-containing gasoline results in a significant droppage of energy capacity of the mixture. The alpha can grow to the value 1.2, 1.3 with missing cycles, etc., and the engine stops. Finally, the system of intake and feedback, the system regulation corrects the infeed, and the alpha drops to 1. And the addition enriches the fuel, so it may influence the correction of fuel and feed system. The results on LPG with and without additives showed some similar results. In the mode of minimal loads, the specific consumption of fuel reduction was 8%. Later on, averagely 3.5%. With high loads, the effect was similar. Should be noted just that when working in this type of fuel with alcohol-containing gas additive, the capacity of the engine was different by 4% with all other similar parameters. Also, the per hour fuel consumption is reducing somewhat. The angle of ignition changes at the lowest degree. That could be explained by slower combustion of liquefied gas, because preliminary studies show that one of the reasons why they criticize the use of this gas is the burn through of the engine and damage of the engine due to prolonged combustion and prolonged effect and action of high temperatures. It damages the engine. Notwithstanding that alcohol-containing gas intensifies combustion process, it will not result in detonation. It doesn't correct, the engine doesn't correct its ignition angle practically. You can see that some enrichment due to reduction of air intake percentages. Also environmental parameters have been determined. Measurement of concentration were made before and after the neutralizer to not overload these characteristics. I was not showing here the values after neutralizer, but I can see that the efficiency of neutralizer doesn't reduce when working with alcohol-containing fuel. What can be said? That concentration of nitrogen oxides when using alcohol-containing gas are increasing. That can increases the relevant effect on the engine when adding the alcohol-containing gas. The reduction of the increase of nitrogen oxide concentration makes 20% averagely through the whole range. CO doesn't change practically. There are points of higher or lower content averagely. It's difficult to say about the change of these parameters, but the concentration of non-combustion hydrogens is also here. The results of alcohol-containing gasoline testing showed similar results. Increase of NO concentration, it makes 21% averagely. CO doesn't change practically. Hydrocarbons concentration drops. When working on LPG, NO also increases, but not so much as compared to other fuel types. The concentration increase makes about 10% averagely. Also, when working on this fuel type, it should be noted the reduction of CO concentration. This reduction makes, as a medium, 10%. Also, the concentration of non-burned hydrocarbons is seen. This is a very fresh study, experimental one. It has to be yet worked up and processed, taking into account the calorific properties and energy necessary to energy consumption needed to obtain hydrogen-containing gas. This is still the work to do. We have such intermediary results up to now. Thank you very much, Yevgeny Selyevich. Very interesting development and technology. We hope to see it on some pilot samples of vehicles. Upon your permission, I announce now the next presentation, number 22, named the issue of access to the car by limited mobility persons. The authors are Gorpenyuk, Gladchenko Volodymyr Sergeyevich, senior engineer of the Group of Expertise and Approval of Documentation of the Department for Conformity Assessment and Refitting of Transport Vehicles, and Serhiy Yuriy Mikhailovich, senior engineer of the Group of Scientific Technical Expertise for Refitting of Built Vehicles in the Department of Conformity Assessment of Refitted Transport Vehicles of SE-Автотранс-ND project. Please, Volodymyr Vasilievich, the floor is yours.
Matter of availability of vehicles for drivers with disabilities. Ukraine is a country that more than 8 years is defending its territorial integrity in the east of the country, and from February 24, 2022, opposes direct full-scale invasion of Russian troops in all the territory, should newly consider matter of adapting drivers with disability to vehicles to civilian life during and after martial law, requires resolving many issues, to integrate disability drivers to environment, to implement the possibilities to return properly to times of peace. At the end of 2022, there are over 2.7 million people with disability, including 223,000 people with first group of disability, over 901,000 people with second group of disability, and over 1,400,000 people third group of disability. Disability children over 164,000. Dignity and equality are the key human rights. Human rights are rights of individual and obligations of the country, having equal rights, including drivers with disability. Transport is the integral part of everyday life of almost all people in the world. Implementing proper transport and services in transport helps improve life of people, including drivers with disability, and serves necessary prerequisite to achieve equal opportunities and including all groups of population into society life. To possibilitate to completely and efficiently include people with disability to fully fledged activities, UN signed Convention on Rights with Disability 2010. It has become valid, and from this time, implementation of the convention is one of the priority objectives of government. Main principles of convention are respect to intrinsic dignity of individual, their personal independence, for instance, freedom to make own choice, non-discrimination, full and efficient involvement and inclusion to society, respect to nuances of people with a disability and perceiving them as a component of people diversity and part of humanity, equality of opportunities, accessibility, equality of men and women, trust to abilities of people with disability to keep their individuality. Convention obliges country to implement all the necessary measures to ensure people with disability access at the level equal to others, including access to transport and transport services. Primary objective to protect socially people with disability in Ukraine is to create accessible environment and free movement and communication. Vehicles are produced by manufacturing factories fit to be driven by drivers with disabilities, meaning people without lower extremities or non-functioning lower extremities, almost 0%, a lower percent, but standard driving mechanism vehicles are not accessible for drivers with disability. Taking into account today's circumstances, unfortunately, those drivers grow more and more in number. So installing specialized device to vehicle, manual steering is becoming more and more topical. Equipping duplicating steering mechanisms to Ukraine may be facilitated by legislative framework. First, law of Ukraine on road traffic. Second, Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine provisions from July 21, number 607, procedure of re-equipping vehicles and traffic rules. These documents contain complete information and algorithm of activities, what should be done to start and to finish re-equipment, and to register respective documents. Let us consider examples of duplicating steering mechanism being installed in vehicles. We see on these photos equipped vehicles with system and duplicating 3 pedals, brake, accelerator, and gearbox, at least necessary for the mechanical gearbox vehicles. These photos show duplicating steering for drivers for vehicles with the automatic gearbox. First photo shows 2 levers, accelerator and slow brakes. A second, 1 lever, acceleration and slowing down. Then we will see example to drive a vehicle used by a disability driver. This slide shows example of changing accelerator pedal. We see duplicating accelerator pedal to the left of the brake pedal with non-functioning or without left leg. The system enables the person to drive a vehicle, meaning accelerator and brakes only with one left leg. Let us get back to driving system only with one organ of steering. It should be installed, introducing minimum necessary changes into design and make of the vehicle. One lever may be used to steer brake and accelerator pedal. This is used in automatic gearbox vehicles. Let us watch video. We may show very easy. Lever like in the aircraft. Moving forward, if we move forward, the brake is activated. You see the device is moving and the pedal is pushed. We let it go, it returns to the initial position. Push towards us. The accelerator pedal is pushed, so the vehicle adds acceleration. Everything is very simple. There are many options with the different makes of the mentioned steering organ. For instance, the buttons to control anti-skid system, climate system, and other systems depending from the wish of a customer. This photo shows a simplified diagram. This steering is composed of main lever that is manually actuated by driver. Second lever transferring power to the pedal of accelerator or brake pedal. Let us come to training vehicles. Person needs to be using the training vehicles in order to train all the categories of drivers properly. And those vehicles have the requirements set in the regulatory documents providing for training, retraining, and improving qualification of vehicles and to qualification of specialists training in this area. In accordance to the traffic rules, the training vehicle in Ukraine should be equipped with the clear sign indicating that it's training vehicle with the additional back view mirrors also equipped with duplicating steering mechanism, coupling, accelerator, and brake pedals, depending on the used gearbox. Let us draw attention to the existing options of installing duplicating steering bodies for specialists. The photo shows practical implementation of duplicating pedals on training car. The first photo shows 3 duplicating pedals, coupling, brakes, accelerator. Second shows coupling and braking, or braking and position to the accelerator pedal with the automatic gearbox vehicles. This photo shows example of possible manual steering installation as example of vehicles with a specialist who trains driving skills. So person with disability is also capable of driving vehicle if equipped with the required system. In order to train like this, it is necessary to have the necessary documents, a driver license of respective categories, a medical certificate, O83, and a specialist confirming document to confirm knowledge on traffic, foundations of traffic safety, and design of vehicles. If a person wants to use this for training, those formalities should be kept. Also, it is important to involve this person into society without limitations as much as possible. Drivers with disability are very important for Ukraine, and there is a big trend and maybe will increase in war and after war time, needing to be trained to drive. It is necessary to implement the provisions of no obstacle access for all the categories of population and additional equipment of vehicles with additional steering mechanism. Manufacturers of vehicles are to consider possibilities to produce manual steering vehicles. The technical maintenance station should have the component specialists in terms of equipment of vehicles with the additional steering mechanism. Ministry of Social Policy providing the state policy to defend people with disabilities need to consider matters related to privileges and reimbursements for people who were defending a country and people who need such assistance for the money spent for training and to equip their vehicles with the additional steering mechanisms. Local state bodies of executive authorities need to fund training programs for people with disability, to implement arrangements and to realize it in practice for the educational institutions, to equip enough vehicles with the manual steering that should be available for every training institution in every region. If country is ready in this area, it will enable for the driver's disability to be at the same level with other drivers, and this is one of the priority provisions in UN Convention about rights of people with disabilities that Ukraine is implementing since 2010. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Volodymyr Sergeyevich, for this presentation and for very important activity you are doing for society. Thank you. If you allow, the next presentation, according to our plan, is being prepared number 23, called Checking the Impact of Diameter of Heating Device of Flow Meter on combustion properties. Ilchenko Volodymyr, Yuriy Volodymyrovich, Associate Professor of Transport Technologies, Faculty, State University, Zhytomyr Polytechnica, Candidate of Technical Sciences, Associate Professor, Corresponding Members of Transport Academy of Ukraine. Please, Andriy Volodymyrovich.
Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Я зараз намагаюсь включити демонстрацію екрану.
Ми почекаємо, не хвилюйтеся.
We shall wait for you. Don't
Зелена кнопочка внизу екрану.
be afraid. There is a green bottom in the top bottom of the screen.
Ви бачите мій екран, колеги?
Can you see my screen?
Ще не включився.
Дивіться. А от так.
Ось зараз бачимо. Дякую.
Now we can see. Thank you.
І так, ну, назва
Okay,
вже
the name have been already said. So what is the issue? As a matter of fact, the chair of cars and transport technologies of Zhytomyr Polytechnical Institute for many years already is engaged in the problem concerning measurement of fuel consumption in internal combustion engines which work in the real conditions of car work. In our opinion, this development of flow meters, which should be established, installed in the cars, actually, it is an important scientific and practical task. In our department, 4 of such flow meters have been developed. We are convinced those have to be thermal mode flow meters. What it provides for? It provides for a count of fuel consumption to supply it. It allows us to determine economic parameters of transportation, control of drivers' work. It all will influence drop in the cost of transportation. Why thermal flow meters? We believe they are better for the real conditions of operation of the cars, but they have certain drawbacks. Not always can they cover the entire eventual range of fuel consumption in all the different speed and loads of its operation. Anyway, the thermal flow meters have a narrow range of measurement for cars' internal combustion engines. This work is a part. This is a part of the entire work connected with that we observe that such flow meters have variable bias of measurement for different speeds of consumption. In this work, I would like to deliver the results of experimental verification of consumption measuring with thermal flow meter. There is some mathematics published in the previous work telling on the design parameters, constructive parameters of this heat flow meter is connected to measurement bias or error. How should it be selected correctly in this slide? Not all the people are specialists on heat flow meter. The flow meter is made by a pipe through which the fuel is flowing to a certain direction. Heating element, here I show it like a half of a spiral. This spiral could be of other shape, etc. Then at the axis, thermal converters are established and they do register. Thanks to the thermal element, the fuel is heated to a certain temperature, and then depending upon the flow speed, this is the formula for luminous volume consumption of the fuel, how it depends from flow speed. The temperature field is registered upon the parameters of which later on we can talk about directly the fuel consumption. But we also have to remember that there are 2 temperature flows. Two temperature fields which concern the heat translation along the axis, which is interesting, and the radial thermal translation or heat transfer, which also impacts axial heat transfer and the measurement error consequently. But if we select correctly the parameters of the heating element, we may increase the accuracy and reduce the impact of radial heat flow to axial heat flow, thereby reducing measurement bias. As regards this job, we wanted to check it experimentally, and the verification was made using an experimental laboratory sample, which was established in the fuel pipe of the car, and accordingly, the image to shows this example of flow meter with the pipe. There is a circuit with balancing resistors for balancing of the bridge and the valve which close fuel supplies through the measuring flow meter. Here I show this flow meter already installed in the car, also the volume method for measuring and analog digital converters. All this was installed on personal car. Next slide shows how helped with the software registration viewer software complex. It shows the setup of the complex, showing the speed, change of speed of the current time, fuel consumption in relative units, which were processed after the measurement, and then we converted it to the relevant dimension. This is an example of program of software setup. Two cases have been used, two designs of heat element. In first case, that was a wire made from nichrome, shown on the slide as a cylindrical spiral. We made it of 12 millimeters diameter, and we wanted to know whether this diameter impacts the measurement bias or error and how much does it impact. And the spiral was located along the X of the pipe of the tube of fluorometer. And the second case, when the same element was located coaxially, not a spiral, but just a direct straight wire. And we measured it, we conducted this measurement on the straight horizontal road on different speeds. I show the results for 50 kilometers per hour on the relevant distance as 1.2 kilometers. The fuel consumption was determined by volumetric methods with different heat element and with other method. What was the result? Several runs were made, and the number of run vertically in the first column. Then goes the fuel consumption determined by volumetric methods, and with the method with heat element located along the axis of flow meter tube at longitudinal axis of this tube, and this with a spiral of 12 millimeters diameter. The length is one is the same, just the shape of heat element was different. The relative error we had was determined in the first case related to the second case, and in the second case related to the first case. It is calculated and shown here in the table, and we have relative error, the average value when the flow meter as a coaxially located one. The non-spiral option is a relative error related to the voluminous made 3.47%, and in a spiral option 5.6%. It allows to draw conclusions on that reduction of the diameter of the wire of a heat element helps to improve accuracy of measurement, meaning reduces the error of measured fuel consumption, which is measured by 1.6 times. So the shape and the diameter of the heating element should be obligatorily taken into account when designing the floor meter with heating element. What we plan to do further, we shall obligatory study for eventual appearance of turbulences in the movement of the fuel through all the stages. In our opinion, this turbulence would lead to mixture of the fuel, equalization of fuel temperature fields, and accordingly will increase measurement error of fuel consumption. Our next study will be dedicated to this purpose. And what should be proposed obligatorily? Expansion of measurement range of fuel consumption with the heat flow meter, because it is known that heat flow meters work in a, by now in narrow range. We have certain proposals to improve the situation, but it might be our next future solutions. The conclusions are following from what I already said. They are formulated here, that the experimental verification established that reduction of the element diameter to a minimal one of the wire installed along the axis of the tube of the heat flower allows to reduce the relative error of fuel consumption at the relevant mode by 1.6 times, but it goes about all that is true for other invariable parameter of flow meter. It means diameter, heat transfer capacity of the fuel will also influence if changed. So it should be all taken into account. That's basically all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Andriy Volodymyrovich. Very interesting study and development. We are waiting for setup of massive production of such elevated accuracy flow meters, domestic flow meters. It's very interesting. Upon your permission, it's my pleasure now to give the floor to Alla Novikova. It will be one before the last today's presentation if no connection will be established with other speakers. We are trying to do it up to now. The title of Alla Mikhailovna's presentation is very interesting. The problems of use of electronic consignment notes for domestic and international transportations. Novikova Mikhailовna, the head of the Department for Transport Problem, Doctor of Economical Sciences, acting member of the Academy of Transport Sciences of Ukraine.
Now we will show you a short transportation presentation. Electronic document is main consignment note to be formalized and signed by all the transportation participants in the process of cargo formation. Electronic document ETTN created. ETTN is registered in central database of Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine. Carrier representative receives ETTN with the help of CAP. After that, the cargo is delivered to destination. The receiver receives ETTN cargo and performing acceptance. After ETTN is signed with CAP, every document signature is added to the previously signatures performed without violating the integrity, and every participant receives complete document with all the signatures. Advantages of ETTN from ADIN: saving for business every year over 740 million hryvnia, legal power of TTN is the same as paper power. Work with services integrated also possible using web interface. 4 time less delay in payment, up to 10 times less time to deliver documents, up to 50% efficiency of drivers improvement and excluding errors or losing ETTN. Thus, I wanted to show this video. It characterizes the advantages of electronic consignment note. Well, electronic consignment note started to be implemented not so long ago for businesses. As it was mentioned, the biggest advantages for a business: convenience, less time to formalize consignment notes, almost no errors, and for businesses, faster mutual payment, because vehicle carrier, for instance, carrying from China a container, a maritime transport, railway, road transport, and the road carrier is the final link that delivers, and long time to pay. A month, 1 month and a half delay was possible. Now this is accelerated, which is very important for business and saving paper. Data of Ministry of Infrastructure that within a month 7 million travels were registered, that gave 500,000 hryvnia saving in paper. And for the country is submitting documents within unified system, convenience of interacting with the central authorities, so possibility to monitor transportation, de-shadowing, paying taxes, and preventing corruption. For us, also what is very interesting and important is a due consolidation of database for transportation. There is complete information about domestic transportation. Now we do not have real information about domestic cargo transportation services to make managerial decisions. Alongside with that, there are issues in using electronic consignment notes, and now the biggest impact is having no electricity. That leads to a malfunctioning internet that we sense now. But this is a temporary problem, and God willing, it will be improved soon. Drivers over 50 is often unable to use electronic information, even have button cell phones, lose files, forget passwords. Those are diseases of growth, viruses on USB sticks in service companies, and drivers should register qualified digital signature cap. And I will say that this is a new step of digitalizing a society. If electronic documents is what office managers were doing, now it moves to work professions, drivers, the warehouse operators, and so on. So information process is gaining momentum. Electronic digital signature system is that in Ukraine in accordance with electronic trust services. Central certifying body is Ministry of Digital Transformation. State enterprise, the administrator of the central certifying body, and here the qualified electronic signature is signed. And in order to create a system electronic consignment on the official portal of ETTN is created, the trusted service of providers of electronic and trusted services and accredited providers of information system, ETTN. This system and this part is still being formed. Previous year, the first so to say, experimental project was performed. In 2021, project of Ministry of Infrastructure, Mincifra, participated UNDP, Denmark, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Institute of Analytics, also projects implemented with Moldova and Estonia with electronic signature and electronic delivery. For 2023, we plan to launch the pilot project to implement the TTN, and the official portal is being created. And we foresee integration to the register of wheeled vehicles to ensure simultaneous weight control of cargoes. It will be very convenient to find some infringements of overloading cargo vehicles. We need to say that also it is discussed that sometimes internet is lost somewhere on the road, so the pilot project suggested now at least to have one printed copy of ETTN. However, electronic copy has the same rights as paper. It shows the main fundamental possibilities of ETTN, and gray color additional possibilities. The fundamental, in general, three main participant: consignor, consignee, and driver, but also maybe speditor and the carrier company. So beside everyone signs ETTN, everyone takes hold of this document, and it needs to be noted that the nuances of digital documents is that it cannot be remade, and then additional documents are formalized if there are differences in documents. Impossible to introduce changes. So Act is developed in a TTN system, document about denying to load, Act to rectify, Act to overload, Act about resealing, Act on unloading, loading at the intermediary warehouse, Act on changing destination, Act of discrepancies for the cargo, and also Act for ATTN. This relates to a domestic cargo transport. International transport employs international cargo transport, having additional ESMR, a protocol on electronic consignment node. Additional protocol is signed in 2008, Ukraine joined in 2020. However, implementation internationally is slow. It is a voluntary protocol, and one of the reasons is that a few countries that signed ACMR are located near on the France and Spain. Till recently were neighbors who could use ETTN between their countries. Transportation. 2022 temporary work group was created within the road transport work group of ECUN. 3 meetings were performed. I met of these meetings. They were performed online. In general, they were showing the possibilities of ETTN. I will show also a part of those new pilot projects, and project of implementing is discussed, and additional protocol of ACMR is still under discussion. The sample per se of paper CMR form, it is very, very difficult. Depends on not much from amount of cargoes, then from number of transit countries. So the number of ECMRs are written. So principles of building ECMR system is standardized interoperability of EU platforms. As it turned out, qualified electronic signature for every country somehow different for everyone. The others should be joined and be interoperable somehow, and different platforms. For instance, rather active representative of Uzbekistan, customer, many customs matters related to MSR. There it is the responsibility of customs. Other countries will say that the National Agency of Informatization, for some it is transport police responsibility, and the system of electronic and digital signature is different for everyone. And the principles are executive transparency, trust from users, technological neutrality, freedom of choice, and principle of electronic letter, similar rules of use, independent of electronic resource one uses. It cannot be discorded with regulation of EU on electronic information on cargo transportation for all types of transport. The objective is promoting the digitalization of cargo transportation and logistics. This regulation provides for functional requirements applied to service providers of electronic transport information, legal procedures, and detailed rules to access this information and to process with competent bodies, requirements to platform certification and certification of electronic service suppliers in terms of transport information. Translation of this regulation is available at our institute website. And representative of Unified European Information Network, Phoenix, was showing the experience, composition of platforms of users between individual platforms that will be created, joint protocols to support services. They also perform site testings within the territory of European Union. South Austria, Baltic, Adriatics, the territory of France, Mediterranean, and so on. Alps, Greece, Germany, Spain, Italy, Switzerland, and so on. So in the meantime, everything is functioning in a test mode. Also, pilot projects of electronic CMR in 2022 was performed in Turkey, Georgia, Azerbaijan. And speaking about Greece, Baltic countries, Poland, Cup project, and in the territory of Eurazes also use really ECMR. ESMR is not functioning yet in Ukraine properly. Pilot projects have shown less operation, like for domestic transportation. ESMR promotes more road safety. It is combined to electronic call system. E-call also very important, and it would be also good for us to employ this experience. Challenges related to introducing electronic consignment note describe complexity of simultaneous use by carriers, owners of insurance companies, controlling bodies. Some say complexity, some say that it's not complex, so the investment should be done. It is international in nature, and software which becomes obsolete fast, yes, and ensuring a commercial secret. The discussions continue in the meantime at the ECUN platform, and next year, 2023, three sessions are going to be organized offline, and ESMR protocols should be change to improve the speed of introducing the CER and to ensure interoperability and general world trend of implement electronic transportation document is definitely to become reality. Thank you for your attention. The materials used from number of providers. Which questions do you have? Thank you, Alla Novikova, for brilliant presentation, for possibility to get familiarized with the technologies and how fast it develops in European Union countries. I hope that thanks to your efforts, you will be in the first lines of those who introduce our conference. Our 3-day marathon is almost approaching the end. We have the last confirmed presentation. However, please have we take into account everyone, maybe some have reconnected recently who couldn't get connected yesterday and today. Is there someone willing to present your talk or our comment to the last presentation? And then we have discussion panel. What are the opinions of the participants last? Okay, so if you allow me, I'll try to turn on the screen demonstration. Speaking about regulatory documents of consuming fuels and oils and lubricants for the world transport to normalize energy consumption parameters. This is a very interesting system which does not exist in all countries of the world. It has proven its efficiency. 2012, Institute developed new version of this document approved by Infrastructure with revolutionary changes per se of standardization system, and last 10 years proved a pretty high efficiency. And the system is used extensively in Ukraine. It is built for owner from the standpoint of owner interest to save resources and to optimally use resources. The subsequent development of this regulation system will require automating it upkeep, taking into account the use conditions to calculate the standardized fuel consumption to the formalized fuel consumption limits that the participants of the conference have been mentioning as important issues. However, war introduced other challenges, and with start of war, Institute has developed changes to this regulatory document in order to scientifically and methodologically support planning for the time of martial law, to meet the needs and to create the backup of fuels and lubricants and to save them. Agree that this is very important in the current conditions. In terms of changes suggested, this is the document. I will start for your convenience from the comparative table. First addition is introduced to determine the standardized fuel consumption, why the owner, the company, the manager of the company is suggested to draw attention that the standardized fuel consumption ought to be introduced, take into account affordable, available, expedient from saving standpoint technologies in the current conditions. Very concise, very short recommendations are provided. The areas where without investing substantial resources, company is able to drop fuel consumption a lot, is keeping with speed limits, often neglected by drivers, and the only possibility to force them to keep with the speed limits is unfortunately limitation from the fuel consumption. Also timely information of transportation in order not to get into rush hours into the traffic jam. This is very powerful saving effect as the life has shown. This is grouping several trips into one. It cuts time, cuts the millage, where consumption of fuel grows 2 or 3 times, thus making this very substantial saving. Also, pressure from the pneumatic tires, 90% of transport do not comply with these requirements today. Unfortunately, understandable known recommendations on driver training. However, trainings should be regularly for saving and safe driving methods, also by limiting consuming fuel and introducing other ways of material benefits, except alongside with what we have. I hope it makes us closer to the more civilized practice in this area. Very important changes on necessity of operation using cryogenic and other neutralization system of diesel fuels at Blue. We provide this on demand in our company, and this should be included into the regulatory document text. Also, operation requires introducing foundation norms of using electric power in electric cars, which is also very necessary, and I understand the need will be growing for the vehicles used in very severe conditions. There is a question also to standardized fuel consumption. Yes, fuel consumption for the autonomous independent heaters, without which normal safe use is often impossible. Development of document providing for development of standardizing fuel consumption norms, additional materials, electric power consumption, very important today. Very important changes to standardized lubricants. These norms are valid since long times. Still, they are operating. They are obsolete. We have developed the contemporary oils and suggested as recommendation containing several values.
Concerning the maximum consumption, and there are 3 average values for the fluids: average, minimum, and maximum value. And there are some benchmarks obtained which allow to more rationally approach to the purchase and expenditure of the reserves. There are relevant tables for different categories of transport vehicles. Obviously, large capacity freight trucks, cargo trucks have somewhat different approach to technology, and also depending upon the used fuel. Another very important change of this regulatory document is connected to the issues of the use of transport vehicles in the industrial areas, and increased fuel consumption has been taken into account upon conditions of fighting in difficult conditions when moving on the roads with bumps or with obstacles, destroyed and damaged roads, etc. All this has been taken into account so that during the operation, the real needs, the regulatory needs could be put in conformity with such difficult conditions of war and fight. And it's important to add the sections provided in the climate control system for modern climate control systems in the latest issues of vehicles. Point 3.1, point 15 has been added as regards intensive conditions of work, change of operation, taking account the realities of our life, a real operation of the roads, especially during the business trips, and also for hybrid cars, somewhat other coefficients of reduced consumption out of the city have been provided, and the largest number of additions to the methodic recommendations on the formation of the needs and creation of the necessary reserves of fuel and lubricants for the time of war and or a natural disaster. This allows not only to prepare and plan for current expenses, what has been already spent, but also to plan future needs in some forecastable conditions of operation and accordingly to create necessary reserves in case of increased fuel consumption, so that the transport industry should continue to reliably supply and serve the economics of the country with relevant transportation during wartime. To add those changes, 4 new tables are added with new norms of fuel consumption. These are all the tables on 17 pages have to be approved as continuous ones, and they have to cover and to be effective all over the territory of Ukraine. They have been approved and can be already established as continuous. These are urgent changes to the system of formation for expenditures of energy in fuel in the automobile transport. Here, upon your permission, I am finishing my last presentation. If there are no other proposals and objections, I propose to switch to the discussion panel. Whoever wanted to ask questions, provide your comments, take floor, please. You're welcome.
Так, Лисина, дякую дуже, ви дуже активні у нас.
Thank you very much. You are very active. Please unmute. We are listening to you very attentively. Thank you. I am active in live and in conference because it's very interesting information. My question to Ustymenko. I would like to know if you told very topical information. You mentioned about studies of use of bioethanol in road transport. My question is, what about railway? Have there been any studies for the use of bioethanol? Maybe somebody else had studied, because Germany already puts in one territorial unit 57 of its railway transportation is transferred to bioethanol. They have very interesting pilot projects. I know there have been very expensive studies of bioethanol because I'm interested about railways. So I wanted to know whether some studies in Ukraine might have place. If so, could you answer? Thank you for your interesting question. Unfortunately, I have to report you that Viktor Sergeyevich is found in other oblasts of Ukraine. There is no connection, no light right now. I understand that's nothing terrible. I will ask him personally. It doesn't mean he wouldn't hear your question. He will answer you. For that purpose, Viktor Mikhailovich will make a relevant announcement. A separate Telegram channel of this conference was created. Viktor Mikhailovich Gorytski will tell how it will work. The conference will pass to a new format, and it will be completed after it's finished in the real time. It will continue in another format. Viktor Mikhailovich is very The person you are asking this question is a very experienced person in study of biofuel in our institute. Transport engines were studied, tested for biofuel. The results of those studies are rather ambiguous, and unfortunately, we were not able to complete those tests and studies upon a full program due to a little detail. This biodiesel disappeared from the market. We even couldn't find a sample, a sufficient amount of that fuel for the tests, for the study. But we are ready to continue it as soon as it appears also for railway. Please wait when our conference will switch to Telegram channel, and your question will be present there, and Viktor Sergeyevich will answer you. I am not a specialist on this topic, but I'm just interested in it, and I wanted just to add that it's paradoxical that the main raw material rape is grown in Ukraine, but we do not use it. Paradoxically, it's very relevant issue, but you can extrapolate it to many areas of our life. We export the raw material and import the finished product. Yeah, that is a sad situation. It's very interesting information. I also wanted to thank you for this electronic innovations, digital information. So it's very topical issues they are discussed. I will be very grateful to you if you will engage me to some joint work. I wanted to thank the organizers of the conference and all the participants for a very interesting conference. Thank you for your participation. Might Alla Mikhailovna want to add something about the use of electronic consignment note? Are you present, Alla Mikhailovna? Yes, I'm here. We shall continue our work in 2023. 3 meetings are planned to pass in the first half of the year in the relevant organization. Changes have to be put in the documents in United Nations documents in the convention, and I believe it will work. Electronic documents means progress and go into the future. I want to ask a question to you in this context, like during the discussion panel. My question has 2 parts. First part, there is a law on electronic trustee services since 2017, but there was a preliminary law on electronic digital signature and another one on electronic document turnover that was earlier. But since that time, no implementation of electronic consignment notes happened. But the law on electronic services, and it is a new generation, and it shows that electronic keys, digital signatures should be accredited, certified, but we have no certification authorities up to now. Moreover, I was in charge of the Ministry of Digital Transformation. The Ministry of Justice was caring about it for a few years. Before the Ministry of Justice, different other ministers were caring about it, and there is like a football play with this issue, which is very important for Ukraine to enter digital community, digital transformations. You might pay your attention. Maybe you don't know about the situation with digital authorities. There are no digital authorities. I believe years will be needed to create such authorities. At least in 2014, when the Ministry of Justice was caring about it, I was invited to the Ministry of Justice, and we proposed to set up, to establish those authorities, those bodies. It is very complicated issues. A system of electronic digital signatures is in place in our country according to the relevant law. And all those certifications, etc., haven't been created by national certification body, but departmental agencies. There is a serious problem. If we do need it in Ukraine, let us talk about it separately, and I may suggest where to move in that issue, because it's like a mountain range. It starts, comes to certain peak point, and then it comes down, and then it continues, and so such an uneven movement. Also, I wanted to talk about Gladchenko. Is he present? No, he went to his office. Thank you for your comment. He employed the term self-certification. I am not very much understand what self-certification is in United States. If it is in line with international standards, then it is certification by declaration, by statement, and eventually this declaration, can you suggest him to correct this term, because this self-certification, there is conformity to ISO 17000, and there is attestation, certain types of that, including certification. Among that is self-certification, but the name is self-declaration. Thank you for your comments. You are well-known specialists. Thank you, Viktor Mikhailovich, for a relevant suggestion. Maybe register this problem in the draft resolution of our conference. No, the problem of lack of digital signature and accreditation authorities. Yeah, we have to put clearness. They are very deep fundamental problems. But another point, the law and electronic services, it should take the recommendations of European Union. Why electronic fiduciary services? The relevant law of EU was first adopted, and then we would also adopt it. And that law in Europe is European one, and everything is clear and accurate there. And this page, this system created since 2012, and it works perfectly. Everybody uses it with digital signatures in the tax authorities in different ministries. It is working, but it has been harmonized with European system. So we can get engaged in that very seriously and deeply. Thank you, Viktor Mikhailovich. Valentin Yaroslamovich was raising his hand. Yeah, please. Dear participants of the conference, yesterday I was proposing my suggestions to the conference as regards training the personnel in Ukraine, and I have put them in written. I urge you to put them in written and to send to the organization committee of the conference, because it's impossible to wait and to listen to everybody. I have another appeal to all the participants of the conference. There is an opportunity now, and the ministry started certain activities to correct verification of roadworthiness of transport vehicles. It goes about legislation, the regulation of 2014/45. It is available in complete translation at the website of our institute, the directive 2014/45, and the implementation regulation for this directive 2018/721. There have been many suggestions stated in the conference regarding roadworthiness test. I will name it technical inspection to simplify. I have relevant proposals in this connection. You see now my personal email. I ask you if you trust me. Provide your proposals, suggestions regarding the issues of roadworthiness verification or technical inspection, as it is known here, so to introduce them in legislation, in the law. We can introduce requirements, directives, and regulations. We can add our national view, national opinion about it. Nobody prohibits us from them. That is how European legislation is set up. I have been translating a lot of Dutch legislation of the Kingdom of Netherlands, as I have been introduced many alternative testing methods approved by the ministry and formulated in those normative documents. Please pay attention to the possibility of such alternative methods. For example, there are no roadworthiness tests for refitted transport means. And that is funny because they are not complying with any manufacturer's provisions. We have to check whether the design was changed, and for the second, whether it is operating correctly. Want to draw your attention to the technical inspection is conducted without any disassembling of the vehicle. You have no right to disassemble something for additional diagnostication. So please provide your proposals based upon this. You have to do it in a couple of weeks. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Valentin Václavovich. Who else wants to ask questions to the speakers?
Are there no more people willing to ask questions? Please, Evgeny Mikhailovich. Good evening once again. If there is Mr. Tymoshenko, I would like not to ask question, but to suggest something. Is Serhiy Leonidovich here? Yes, I'm listening. Serhiy Leonidovich, the question. All the time you're mentioning protocol of checking vehicles after refitting, based on which re-registration takes place by registration bodies. Yes. Yes, it seems to me that one word is missing here, positive protocol. Of course, of course. If this word is going to be present, we will get rid of, because protocols may be positive and negative. If just protocol, it may be one or another. Maybe let us add word positive. It will be defined that no need of certification, because certification foresees protocol to be analyzed by expert, and expert decides to recognize results of the protocol or not to recognize the results of the protocol. I suggest to determine it legislatively. Thank you for your note. It's not criticism, it's a suggestion, very positive suggestion, very positive comment, but let me add that laboratory that does not provide negative protocols does not work. They should take place. Volodymyr Borисovich, please, you wanted to say something. We do not have light here, so I will addition to the light. Would like to remind Yevgeny Mikhailovich that the protocol in the system of mandatory technical control may be only positive. In case of incompliance, the Incompliance Act is formalized with the Incompliance Code. This is, so to say, a note to the topic. Protocol in the mandatory technical control system is by definition positive document. Thank you very much, Volodymyr Borисovich, for an important note. Please, the audience. Judging from everything, finalizing third day, everyone is tired, already Friday, and probably we're going to finalize. Dear colleagues, dear guests, dear presenters, we have approached finish line. At the course of those 3 days, we had countless problems, and I want to mention that today's rocket shelling, we know now that 40 rockets were shot at Kiev, and metro is standing still. Serious problem is water and so on. Maybe you're monitoring that. I will not go into much detail here, but we have reached finish, and it seems to me that we have created a virtual unbreakability point. I would say the island of scientific unbreakability in the road transport industry, because really all the presentations that we could were presented, all the discussions were done, and this work is going to continue. And then I would like to inform you that within the day that it was clear that not everyone may get connected, we made a decision to present, had the mailing list, received those presenters who were absent that couldn't present. They may record their presentations and send to us, and we will place those presentations to YouTube, and then our agenda may be synced together, generalized as a whole, and then we'll be able to see it later on YouTube and so on. If someone hasn't sent slides yet, please send slides. I also wanted to say that we have created a Telegram channel, a standalone channel. In the mailing list you have it. We'll be able to continue on this Telegram channel to discuss, to exchange opinions, and this is basically that defines the fruitfulness of scientific activity. I would also like to inform you that today all the materials we have are already posted, and on YouTube probably not the complete version is going to be posted of this conference. We are going to change it, add the contemporary technologies, allow organizing this. This is second, I already mentioned, another level of virtuality. And after all, I wanted to say that today we have, Alexander, how many presentations percent-wise we had. It is strange, but despite all the communication problems in Ukraine, around 90% of presentations, even more. Thank you. So I would like to welcome you with the conference finalization. Wish you peaceful sky. We all need it so much to wish us light, so to say, allegorically, electric power in your houses, buildings. I want to wish you to be warm. This is a little list, but we need that a lot, and fruitful scientific activities to follow. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much, especially for those who are present. We have 35 participants left. All the best to you. you suggestions and what everyone who were presenting mentioned in terms of approving the draft decision. Please send it to Telegram channel. We are going to form this decision, discuss, and it will be after these activities posted in all our information technologies we have available. Thank you for everyone. All the best to everyone. Goodbye. Thank you, everyone. All the best. We are finalizing conference 16:50. Great. Thank you, everyone. Bye. 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 Thank you, everyone.
Дякую, до побачення.
До нових зустрічей всім. Дякую дуже.
Всі благ, до побачення.
Дякую, до побачення.
На все найкраще.
Дякую всім за конференцію. До побачення.